Value for building supplies. The time by H&L Rapid True Value is
Nationwide time, 5 o'clock.
From the Nationwide News Network, comprehensive, incisive, tough. This is Nationwide at 5.
Good afternoon, I'm Robeanne Williams.
And I'm Mahiri Stewart.
In Nationwide News at this hour, government plans to spend approximately $1.3 trillion for the upcoming fiscal year.
Finance Minister Fayval Williams tabled the estimates of expenditure for financial year 2025-2026 in Parliament today.
Today, I am tabling a budget for fiscal year 25-26 that is $1.3 trillion.
Opposition leader Mark Golding says contrary to reports, there's no scandal at the KSAMC.
There's absolutely nothing untoward that we're aware of. This is a much ado about nothing and an attempt to create a scandal where none exists.
And the opposition is calling on the government to release the forensic report into the billion-dollar fraud at Stocks and Securities Limited.
In news from the rest of the world, Antigua and Barbuda insists Harvard University fulfills its pledge on slavery compensation.
Trump threatens new tariffs on U.S.'s trade partners.
In headline sports, former Excelsior High School star runs the fastest time in the world this year at a meet in France today.
And later in our broadcast Thursday, February 12, 2025, in our cover story at 5:35, the estimates of expenditure for the 2025-2026 fiscal year was tabled by Finance Minister Fayval Williams in the House of Representatives on Thursday. They provide a breakdown of the government's projected spending, outlining allocations across various ministries and agencies. You'll hear more.
From 6 to 9, we'll broadcast live from Tivoli Gardens High School in West Kingston for the constituency's youth forum. You'll hear presentations from several young people from the constituency, as well as remarks from Education Minister Senator Dr. Dana Morris Dixon and West Kingston MP Desmond McKenzie.
And at 8, it's Jamaican Dads with Dennis Brooks, Garth Williams, Marlon Campbell, and Floyd Green.
All these and more as we take you home on air on your mobile, Nationwide 90 FM, nationwideradiojm.com, and on the Nationwide app available on Google Play and the App Store. This Thursday afternoon, Thursday, February 13, 2025.
News at 5 is brought to you by KFC's Popcorn Chicken, now available in hot and spicy. Do whatever the crunch you want with KFC's new hot and spicy Popcorn Chicken. KFC, it's finger licking good.
If it's news, it's got to be Nationwide 90 FM.
Now the details. The government is planning to spend approximately $1.3 trillion for the upcoming fiscal year. Minister of Finance Fayval Williams tabled the estimates of expenditure for financial year 2025-2026 in the House of Representatives on Thursday. The minister says the budget represents a commitment to improve Jamaica despite the repeated shocks which have rocked the island. Siobhan Campbell tells us more.
Minister Fayval Williams highlighted that the budget has more than doubled in the 10 years that Prime Minister Andrew Holness had led the government.
Madam Speaker, this budget is the 10th budget being laid in Parliament by this Andrew Holness-led. Having won the general election on Thursday, February 25, 2016, at that time, the budget that was tabled and approved for fiscal year 2016-2017 was approximately $580 billion. Today, I am tabling a budget for fiscal year 25-26 that is $1.3 trillion.
The Finance Minister says this is a testament to the policies of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Speaker, this growth in our budget over the 10 years demonstrates the underlying strength of the policies of this Andrew Holness-led government, starting with the implementation of the shift away from direct towards indirect taxation. The first manifestation of the policy was the increase in the PAYE threshold from $792,800 to $1,272,000 in 2016. And then again in April 2017, the threshold moved to $1.5 million in the famous phase it in that the then.
She says these policies have enabled the government to continue to run trillion-dollar budgets despite sustained weather-related shocks for the current fiscal year.
In considering the numerous shocks that our Jamaican economy has endured over the past 10 years, including a global pandemic and the extreme weather event, my word for the Jamaican economy and the Jamaican people continue to be resilient. Yes.
Siobhan Campbell for Nationwide News.
And the Ministries of Health and Education are set to receive a significant boost for the upcoming fiscal year as part of the government's estimates of expenditure. That's according to the estimates of expenditure tabled in the House of Representatives on Thursday. However, it shows an overall reduction in the size of the budget compared to the revised estimates of expenditure for the current financial year. Shaloi Smikle has that story.
The government anticipates a total expenditure of $1,260 billion for fiscal year 2025 to 2026. It's nearly $200 billion more than the initial estimates of expenditure tabled for the current financial year. However, it's almost $51 billion less than the third supplementary estimates tabled in January. During this fiscal year, the government has benefited from nearly $75 billion in additional revenue thanks to the securitization of revenues from the Norman Manley International Airport. It's a windfall that funded much of the road rehabilitation works and other miscellaneous expenditures. This windfall will be noticeably absent from the upcoming estimates. However, the 2025-2026 fiscal year will see recurrent expenditure of just under $1.2 trillion. This is compared to $1.3 trillion for the current year, inclusive of 3 supplementary estimates. For capital expenditure, the government intends to spend just over $62.5 billion. It's an increase of just under $1 billion. On the recurrent side, the Ministry of Finance continues to take home the lion's share of revenue of $486 billion. This is down from $607 billion expended in the current fiscal year. Education follows at $183 billion. However, that's a reduction from the $199 billion spent this year. Health is the next major recipient at $156 billion. It also represents an increase of just over $6 billion compared to the current fiscal year. National security rounds out the top 3 at just short of $155 billion. It too has seen a slight reduction in its budget compared to the third supplementary estimates of just over $4 billion. In terms of capital expenditure, the Ministries of Education and Health have received significant boosts. Education moved from $1.5 billion, as represented in the third supplementary estimate, to $4.2 billion for the upcoming fiscal year. The nearly $3 billion in additional infrastructural projects suggests a strategic push. Health similarly has seen an increase of nearly $3 billion, moving from just under $7 billion for the current year to over $10 billion for 2025 to 2026. However, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation retains the largest portion of capital expenditure at just over $30 billion as the government's main implementer of major infrastructural projects. Shaloi Smikle for Nationwide News.
Meanwhile, opposition spokesman on finance Julian Robinson says the budget for financial year 2025-2026 must realistically address the growing concerns of the Jamaican people.
So we are within the context of a recession. We are within the context of close to 50% of Jamaicans identifying themselves as being food insecure. 55%, sorry, who cannot eat enough. The calculation of what the nutritional supplement per day, 55% of Jamaicans say they cannot afford to eat properly. We are within the context, happily, low unemployment, but 700,000 Jamaicans who are outside the workforce, who have opted out, and where there is a significant gap between the needs of employers and the willingness of those who want to work.
Mr. Robinson says the new budget must bring meaningful improvements for the country.
So, Madam Speaker, with the presentation of these estimates, the country is at a critical trajectory. The estimates, while tabled, and the details will come in the presentation, must address the issues of the anemic growth that the country is currently experiencing. They also must address our inability to spend our capital budget. For the fiscal year ending, $19 billion unspent. Last fiscal year, it was $11 billion. There's a direct correlation between expanding our capital budget and economic growth.
Julian Robinson, opposition spokesman on finance.
Much ado about nothing. That's how opposition leader Mark Golding has described media reports regarding allegations of misuse of public funds at the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, KSAMC.
The mayor has made it clear what exactly the funds that were at his disposal and how they were deployed, and they were deployed in 3 divisions which did not have a councillor. The KSAC doesn't administer cash. All political representatives seek to assist themselves and their other colleagues at Christmas time and so on by raising funds to help with a little Christmas work and supplement what's available through the other channels that exist. So there's absolutely nothing untoward that we're aware of. This is a much ado about nothing and an attempt to create a scandal where none exists.
Mayor of Kingston Andrew Swaby and the PNP have been under pressure since news of the alleged misuse of funds was first made public by Nationwide News on January 29. The allegations are based on WhatsApp messages and voice notes between then PNP caretaker for Central Kingston, Lawrence Rowe, and the party's General Secretary, Dr. Dayton Campbell. Among the allegations made by Mr. Rowe is that a member of Mayor Swaby's administrative staff told him to collect $300,000 cash from the KSAMC. Mayor Swaby responded to the allegations in a statement on January 31. He further stated that the funds distributed to PNP political representatives last December were privately raised. According to Mr. Golding, the allegations are part of a scheme to distract the Jamaican people from ongoing issues impacting the Holness administration.
If any investigative agency wants to investigate, please do, and we will support that investigation. We have intention of supporting whatever investigation may come out. This is just a distraction because of what's happening elsewhere, including the illicit enrichment investigations of the Prime Minister, which are unresolved, and the other 7 MPs who are the subject of illicit enrichment investigations, and which we want to have those reports come to Parliament so we know what's happening. And we want to know what's happening in relation to the Financial Investigations Division investigation of the Prime Minister's affairs and Tax Administration Jamaica's investigation of his tax affairs, which were matters arising from the Integrity Commission's report on the Prime Minister's situation with his declarations which cannot be certified all now.
Mark Golding, opposition leader. He was speaking at a PNP press conference on Thursday.
And opposition spokesman on finance Julian Robinson is calling on the government to release the forensic report on the investigations into the billion-dollar fraud which occurred at collapsed brokerage house Stocks and Securities Limited. Mr. Robinson was speaking at a media conference on Thursday held by the PNP following the opening of Parliament.
I'm calling for 2 things. 1, for the government to release that forensic report in its totality. Not to continue this exercise of picking and choosing sections of the report and sending it to specific media houses, but to put the entire report on the table so that all Jamaicans can see what took place. That's the first thing.
Sprint legend Usain Bolt is one of several Jamaicans who lost billions of dollars in a fraud discovered at the private entity in January 2023. He was allegedly defrauded $950 million. Former SSL client relations manager Jeanan Panton is the sole individual charged in the case. It's understood a high-level probe, facilitated by international forensic investigators, found that a substantial portion of Usain Bolt's reported principal investment was stolen before it ever reached an account at SSL. In a recent interview, Bolt says it's the government that holds the key to him being reimbursed his investment. Mr. Robinson is calling on the government to provide the latest update on the investigation.
The government must give us an update. What is the status of the investigations? We know that a file was provided to the DPP. We don't know what the status of that is. That file has been there for months. We don't know where that is. And we need to remember, Mr. Bolt is one of hundreds of persons who were defrauded in SSL. So he has a right to raise these questions. These are the same questions that not so well-known persons who were defrauded are also raising. And the response cannot be to chastise him for doing so. He has been extremely responsible and restrained in not going public internationally with these issues.
Julian Robinson, opposition spokesman on finance. You're listening to Nationwide News at 5. More news after these.
Value Drug Pharmacy offers curbside pickup and delivery of your branded and generic drugs. WhatsApp your prescription to 876-881-6695. The time by Value Drug Pharmacy is
16 minutes after 5.
Rentokil Initial offers air purification solutions with triple filtration and unique auto-sensing capabilities that neutralizes malodor and replaces it with clean air. Call Rentokil Initial at 926-4236 for more details.
The temperature by Rentokil is...
It's 30 degrees Celsius in Kingston, 28 in Montego Bay.
KFC pop, popcorn chicken. KFC popcorn chicken. Incredible, delicious finger licking in this house when me dip it. I can't resist it. Once you start, you can't stop.
Do whatever the crunch you want with KFC's popcorn chicken. Now available in hot and spicy. Try with our new dipping sauces. KFC, it's finger licking good.
KFC popcorn chicken.
Continuing the news, the governing Jamaica Labour Party is rubbishing the call by opposition leader Mark Golding for a referendum to decide whether Portmore becomes Jamaica's 15th parish or not. Mr. Golding made the call in Parliament on Tuesday as the bill was passed. The JLP held a media briefing at the Houses of Parliament on Thursday. Mahiri Stewart has that story.
Opposition leader Mark Golding says the decision on Portmore's status as a parish should be left to the people of Jamaica to decide. However, according to the JLP, Jamaicans have already made it clear that they want it to receive parish status. Member of Parliament for South East St. Catherine Robert Miller says numerous consultation sessions were held in Portmore prior to the tabling of the bill in Parliament.
A joint select committee was had in which members from the opposition were members of joint select committee. Submissions were asked, persons from Portmore was extended, and also myself and MP Terrelong, we had consultation in our constituency with majority of the citizen associations. We had a joint select consultation together at the Hart Academy. Even after the local government election, the Prime Minister came to Portmore and had consultation, around 3 different consultations, and one was had at the Portmore Hart Academy. They are disingenuous, and I asked the PNP a question, why they were not strident when they imposed the tax on the residents of Portmore, as though they are strident not to have Portmore to be the 15th parish.
PNP councillors made their displeasure at the government's passing of the bill clear during the council meeting at the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation on Thursday. The councillors forced an adjournment to the meeting after Greater Portmore North councillor Gary Nicholson echoed the opposition leader's sentiments for a referendum. Local Government Minister Desmond McKenzie cited this move by the councillors as proof of the opposition's lack of respect for local government.
It is the intention of the PNP to use every means as a distraction. All that is happening now, it is a distraction. What took place in St. Catherine this morning at the Municipal Corporation is an example of the level of disrespect and disregard that the PNP have for local government. They have been doing it in Clarendon, and they are now trying to use the decision taken to make Portmore the 15th parish. The government will not be moved by any mischief that will make. And we're going to be pushing back at the PNP because they must tell the country why they do not want Portmore to become the 15th parish of Jamaica. They must come out and say.
East Central St. Catherine MP Alando Terrelong used the incident to highlight another key reason why he believes Portmore should have parish status.
The only notion of gerrymandering is the one that is coming from the opposition. And the truth of the matter is that what we saw in Spanish Town today is more reason why Portmore must be autonomous from Spanish Town. You cannot have councillors in Portmore sitting in Spanish Town, and if they don't go to Spanish Town, they don't get paid. Part of the reason why you cannot see your councillors as often as you would like to is because your councillors are tied to Spanish Town as well. It don't make sense. What we're saying is that Portmore councillors must be doing the work for you, the residents who elected them, inside Portmore, without having your taxes being tied to Spanish Town and the wider St. Catherine, and without them having to go there.
Mahiri Stewart for Nationwide News.
World in a Minute is brought to you by ABC Electrical Sales. We make things as easy as ABC. Hose Assembly and Supply, equipping Jamaica for success.
And Charles O'Connor Consulting Network, COCN, driven by international accounting standards, modern technology and integrity.
The World in a Minute.
Antigua and Barbuda's ambassador to the United States, Sir Ronald Sanders, has called on Harvard University to honor its commitments to addressing its historical benefits from slavery in the Caribbean nation. The ambassador made the call in a letter to the university's president. The letter was sent on the instructions of Antigua and Barbuda's Prime Minister Gaston Brown. It expressed deep concern over the institution's abrupt termination of its Harvard Slavery Remembrance Program research team. Sir Ronald also notes Harvard's unexplained transfer of its responsibilities to an external genealogical non-profit organization without any notification to the Antiguan government. In his letter, he reminded Harvard University that it had publicly committed to identifying and addressing the legacies of slavery tied to its wealth.
President Donald Trump rolled out his plan to increase U.S. tariffs to match the tax rates that other countries charge on imports. The U.S. president signed the memorandum on Thursday. The move could possibly trigger a broader economic confrontation with allies and rivals. Trump's Republican administration has insisted that its new tariffs would level the playing field between U.S. manufacturers and foreign competitors. The tariff increases would be customized for each country with a partial goal of starting new negotiations. The White House has argued that charging the same import taxes as other countries do would improve the fairness of trade.
World in a Minute was brought to you by ABC Electrical Sales. We make things as easy as ABC. Hose Assembly and Supply, equipping Jamaica for success.
And Charles O'Connor Consulting Network, COCN, driven by international accounting standards, modern technology and integrity.
Recapping the top stories making nationwide news at this hour, government plans to spend approximately $1.3 trillion for the upcoming fiscal year.
The Ministries of Health, Education and National Security to get the lion's share of the upcoming fiscal year as part of the government's estimates of expenditure.
Opposition leader Mark Golding says, contrary to reports, there's no scandal at the KSAMC.
And the opposition is calling on the government to release the forensic report into the billion-dollar fraud at Stocks and Securities Limited.
I'm Robeanne Williams.
And I'm Mahiri Stewart.
You can find the news on our website at nationwideradiojm.com and on the Nationwide app available on Google Play and the App Store. News next at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
News at 5 was brought to you by KFC's Popcorn Chicken, now available in hot and spicy. Do whatever the crunch you want with KFC's new hot and spicy popcorn chicken. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Home is closer than you think when you save towards your dream home with the Home Owner Savings Plan, or HOSP, from CIBC Caribbean. With HOSP, you unlock preferential interest rates to earn more interest on your savings and pay less with a discounted mortgage rate. You can even borrow up to an additional US $5,000 or its equivalent to help you with your closing costs. Get home faster when you save the HOSP way with CIBC.
Yes, it's tax time. March 17 is the due date for your income tax returns. Self-employed individuals are required to file their annual returns SO4 and estimated return SO4A with income tax, education tax, NHT and NIS due and payable on one return. Companies are required to file the ITO2, which is the annual return, and the estimated return ITO7. Visit jamaicatax.gov.jm or call 888-TAX-HELP for details. Tax Administration Jamaica, working together to serve you even better.
Sports at 5 is brought to you by Total Tools. They almost always have it.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Sports here on Nationwide 90 FM. I'm Wayne Walker. Runaway leaders Mount Pleasant Academy have opened up a 10-point gap at the top of the Ray and Nephew Jamaica Premier League standings after a crushing 6-2 win over Malines United at Jerusalem this afternoon. Shaquille Bradford was on target twice for Mount Pleasant, who are now on 55 points, well clear of second place Arnett Gardens on 45. Arnett can cut the lead back to 7 points when they face Waterhouse tonight at the Tony Spalding Sports Complex. Kimoni Bailey, Nicholas Nelson, Captain Sule McCullough, and Alex Marshall were also on target for Mount Pleasant. In another completed game, Vere United and Harborview played out a 1-1 draw at the Wembley Centre of Excellence in Maypen. Kevon Atkinson gave Vere the lead on 43 minutes, but Colorado Murray earned Harborview a share of the spoils with a 58th minute equalizer. Champions Cavalier and Montego Bay United are meeting at Tony Spalding Sports Complex. It's halftime in that game. Devereux McKenzie has scored for Montego Bay United, so Mobay United leading the champions Cavalier by 1-0 at halftime in the jungle. The Jamaica Scorpions today surrendered first innings points to Barbados Pride on day 2 of their third round West Indies Championship encounter at Kensington Oval in Bridgetown. Jonathan Drake slammed a century 108 as the Pride, who were 9 without loss overnight, were bowled out for 293. Lanika Boucher, 55, and the captain Craig Brathwaite, 31, also got starts as Brad Barnes claimed career best 6 for 94 and Jermaine Blackwood 2 for 32. Batting a second time, the Scorpions closed on 26 for 1, still 36 runs behind, with Carlos Brown back in the pavilion for 4. Captain John Campbell is not out on 8, and Kurt McKenzie 14. Over at Windsor Park in Dominica, the Windward Island Volcanoes, they closed the day on 232 for 8, and they're replying to 216 made by the combined campuses and colleges team. Jean Benjamin 49 and Kenneth Dember 40 not out are so far the leading batters. Akeem Jordan 4 for 49 and Romario Greaves a 3 for 55 have so far taken most wickets. Darrell Cyrus 5 for 71 and Dember 3 for 68 took most wickets for the Volcanoes in the CCC innings, which was led by Damiel Evelyn 53, Captain Joan Jeremiah 40 and Demario Richards 30. Over at Warner Park in Bastiere, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they piled up 529 for 5 declared against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who reached 45 without loss in reply. Jason Mohammed cracked an unbeaten double century, 204, while Joshua De Silva made 152. They put on 259 runs for the 4th wicket. Rakeem Cornwall claimed the 3 for 127. Rain has again delayed the start of play at Providence, where champions the Guyana Harpy Eagles are set to resume on 87 for 4 against the West Indies Academy. Rising West Indies bowling star Shamar Joseph bagged 2 awards at the 18th ESPN Cricinfo Awards. Joseph's breathtaking 7 for 68 in Brisbane to deliver West Indies a first Test win in Australia in 27 years was the runaway winner for Best Test Bowling Performance of the Year in a stacked men's bowling field. Such was Joseph's performance. It also won him Test Debutant of the Year. The Test defeat in Brisbane was just one of only 2 suffered by Australia in all of 2024. The men's Test batting Performance Award went to Ollie Pope of England for his sweeping masterclass in Hyderabad to hand India what was at the time a rare home defeat. Finally, in sports at this time, national champion and outdoor record holder Akira Nugent ran the fastest women's indoor 60 meters hurdles time of the year at the Lièvre World Athletics Tour Gold Meeting in France today. Nugent won in 7.75 seconds, beating the previous world lead of 7.76 seconds done by the Olympic champion Messiah Russell at the Millrose Games in New York last week. Another Jamaican, Crystal Morrison, clocked 8.16 seconds for 6th in her heat. She didn't make it to the final. Meanwhile, national champion and Olympic bronze medalist Rajendra Campbell was 3rd in the men's shot put with a throw of 21 meters 34. He finished behind the winner Leonardo Fabri of Italy, 21 meters 95. The meet was highlighted by a stunning world record in the men's indoor mile. Norway's Jakob Ingebrigtsen blew away the field to win in 3 minutes 45.14 seconds, beating the record of 3 minutes 46.63 seconds set by Yared Neguse at the Millrose Games last week. That's sports. We're going to be back with more at 6:05.
Sports at 5 was brought to you by Total Tools. They almost always have it.
Since 2016, 156,000 more Jamaicans are working. This is more than any other time in our history. Your government is caring for you.
The time brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister is
5:31.
KFC popcorn chicken. KFC popcorn chicken. Incredible, delicious finger licking in this house when me dip it. I can't resist it. Once you start, you can't stop.
Do whatever the crunch you want with KFC's popcorn chicken. Now available in hot and spicy. Try with our new dipping sauces. KFC, it's finger licking good.
KFC popcorn chicken.
Public passenger vehicle operators and commercial carriers, renew your road license online. It's as easy as 1-2 click. Visit the Transport Authority website at www.ta.org.jm. Choose your license type and click Apply Now. Sign in or create an account with your email address and complete the application process, uploading all relevant documents. Make payment using a debit or credit card. Once your application is approved, the Transport Authority will email you to collect your sticker. Pick up your sticker in office or utilize our courier service. Once the sticker is collected, your digital road license will be emailed to you. For more information, call the Transport Authority toll-free at 1-888-991-5687.
Imagine opening a bank account without ever leaving your home. Well, at CIBC Caribbean, we've changed the game. Open a new CIBC savings or checking account completely online using your computer or phone anywhere, anytime. No need to visit the bank, no waiting in line. Just apply, verify and sign your documents all online. It's secure, seamless, and 100% digital. Open your new CIBC account by applying online today.
We are the best at what we do. At Hose Assembly and Supply Limited, we supply hose, fittings and tools. We guarantee we can't be beaten when price and quality are combined. You brand us the Hose and Tool Boss because we deliver the most effective industrial solutions. Come in and experience the joy of shopping with Hose Assembly and Supply Limited. Call us 876-923-3936 or visit 173 Hagley Park Road, 2 Charlesworth Crescent or Montego Bay Trade Center. Hose Assembly and Supply Limited. More than just hoses. Now open every Sunday.
The future is here with Infinity Cooperative Credit Union Jamaica Limited. Educom and Gateway have joined forces to bring you more convenience, innovation, and opportunities to achieve your dreams. Enjoy excellent service and seamless financial solutions, all designed for your lifestyle. Whether it's loans, savings, or insurance, we're here to make your financial journey effortless. Infinity Cooperative Credit Union Jamaica Limited, where possibilities are endless.
Labor Rights, West Kingston Youth Forum, live and direct at the Edward Siaga Auditorium, Tivoli Gardens High School, this Thursday, February 13th at 5 p.m. Let's interact on how the JLP breaks down barriers to prepare a solid future that hotspot opportunities for all youths in our nation. That is why I vote JLP. Hear from special guest Senator the Honorable Dana Morris Dixon, the vibrant West Kingston youths and others. West Kingston Youth Forum this Thursday 5 p.m. at the Edward Siaga Auditorium, Tivoli Gardens High School, hosted by champion West Kingston MP, the Honorable Desmond McKenzie. West Kingston Youths active and strong. See you there.
Calling all West Kingston residents, Nationwide at 5 is coming to you live from the lawns of Tivoli Gardens High School on Thursday, February 13 from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Come out and hear young people discussing matters of importance. That's right, live on Nationwide at 5, February 13, Thursday, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. The annual West Kingston Youth Forum at Tivoli Gardens High School with your Member of Parliament, Desmond McKenzie. All this and more only on Nationwide 90 FM, the new revolution in media. This broadcast is brought to you by West Kingston Constituency Office.
Hi there. Here's some good news for these trying times. Quote, "By God's word, I can see where I'm going. They throw a beam of light on my dark path." Unquote. Psalm 119, verse 105. Listen for God's Word weekdays at 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. through
Oasis. Stop by for a refreshing drink and share a God perspective for the day.
Oasis. Weekdays 5:45 a.m. and 12:55 p.m. right here on Nationwide, a revolution in media.
The rebroadcast of the Oasis can be heard weekdays at 5:45 a.m.
Do you have a consumer-related issue? Want to learn more about matters concerning you as a consumer? Well, keep it locked to Nationwide 90 FM for the Consumer Hour with me, Nora Gay Banton, weekdays from 9 to 10 a.m. For all your consumer-centric matters, stay tuned to the Consumer Hour on Nationwide 90 FM, a revolution in media.
Cover Story is brought to you by
Multilink. Roll with control. Use Multilink. Safe, fast, and accepted in more locations.
Multilink, access every time, everywhere I go. Multilink, 24/7 access for me. It's just a win-win when we use Multilink. This card is Jamaican built, yeah. Fast and secure, you can use anywhere. Spend while supporting the economy.
Look for the Multilink logo on your card and benefit from Jamaica's largest debit payment network.
Multilink, 24/7 access for me.
What would I do without my Multilink?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Nationwide at 5. It's the Cover Story, and we're coming to you live from the lawns of Tivoli Gardens High School in West Kingston. We're here for the JLP's Youth Forum in this constituency. We'll have lots more to tell you about that later. But first up, the estimates...
Good afternoon, Ricardo. Good afternoon, listeners.
Hello. You just realized to say it there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fine.
You sure?
Good.
Good. Yeah? Our time now?
Yeah.
Good. So, first up, listeners, the estimates of expenditure for the 2025-2026 fiscal year was tabled by the Finance Minister Favour Williams in the House of Representatives this afternoon. The estimates provide a breakdown of the government's projected spending, outlining the allocations across various ministries and agencies. Minister Williams says the budget for the upcoming fiscal year is $1.3 trillion.
Madam Speaker, this budget is the 10th budget being laid in Parliament by this Andrew Holness-led administration. Having won the general election on Thursday, February 25, 2016, at that time, the budget that was tabled and approved for fiscal year 2016-2017 was approximately $580 billion. Today, I am tabling a budget for fiscal year 25-26 that is $1.3 trillion. Madam Speaker, this growth in our budget over the 10 years demonstrates the underlying strength of the policies of this Andrew Holness-led government, starting with the implementation of the shift away from direct towards indirect taxation. The first manifestation of that policy was the increase in the PAYE threshold from $792,800 to $1,272,000 in 2016. And then again in April 2017, the threshold moved to $1.5 million in the famous phase it in that the then Minister of Finance and the Public Service, our very own Manayard, Minister Audley Shaw, so astutely shepherded through his tenure. Madam Speaker, that pivotal policy decision from direct to indirect continued last year, 2024-25, last fiscal year, when this Andrew Holness-led administration further increased the threshold to $1,788,000. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's national budget continues firmly in the trillion-dollar range, having crossed that threshold for the first time in fiscal year 2022-23 with a revised budget of about $1 trillion. Total expenditure and payments for the upcoming fiscal year are projected at $1.3 trillion. This continued strength of our budget has been so despite a backdrop in fiscal year 24-25 of dry weather or drought, severe impact of Category 5 Hurricane Beryl, Tropical Storm Raphael, and rainfall. Madam Speaker, rainfall in all 14 parishes during the month of November that ranged between a minimum of 125% all the way to 300% of the 30-year mean rainfall for the month of November, according to data from Minister Samuda and the Met Office. I am sure many of us remember feeling saturated with water. Madam Speaker, in considering the numerous shocks that our Jamaican economy has endured over the past 10 years, including a global pandemic and the extreme weather events, My word for the Jamaican economy and the Jamaican people continue to be resilient. Yes. But, Madam Speaker, the Jamaican economy did not become resilient overnight or just by itself on its own. The Jamaican economy has become resilient as a result of the people and the sound policies of this Andrew Holness-led government. These sound policies, Madam Speaker, are the building blocks of this resilient foundation that this government continues to lay as we pivot to higher and more inclusive GDP growth and the nation we envision. As said in the throne speech this morning, a nation of peace, opportunity, equity, and prosperity. That, Madam Speaker, is our next chapter. And so I look forward, Madam Speaker, to presenting the details of the fiscal year 2025-26 budget on Tuesday, March 11, 2025.
Jamaica's first female finance minister, Favour Williams, for the first time as finance minister, tabling the estimates of expenditure.
It is a moment for the history books. Yes, a moment for the history books that the first estimates of expenditure to be tabled by the first female finance minister in the country. And all eyes will be on her and the Prime Minister in this budget because it is a crucial budget.
Absolutely.
A budget going into the elections later this year and will set the tone for the government, for the governing party, in terms of making its case to the Jamaican people for a third term.
And it's for that reason exactly, Cliff, that $1.3 trillion would raise eyebrows because it does not appear on the face of it to be substantially more than what was spent last year. Our parliamentary reporter, Siobhan Campbell, was at Gordon House today. Good afternoon, Siobhan.
Good afternoon, Ricardo, and good afternoon, Cliff, and good afternoon to our listeners. As you rightfully said, Ricardo, it is not substantially more. It's actually, in real dollar terms, less than what was spent at the end, well, in the current fiscal year, where we have spent approximately $1.341 trillion compared to the $1.260 trillion that is estimated to be spent for 2025-2026.
So in actual terms, dollar for dollar, it is less than last year's budget.
Yes, but that comes with a context though, Cliff, because you have to remember this current fiscal year was quite unique in terms of the combinations of weather-related shocks and the overperformance of the securitization of the Norman Manley International Airport revenues, which gave the government $75 billion or so additional to spend in the current financial year, which they would not have access to heading into 2025-2026. So in real terms, you have to factor that in terms of what the government is expending come 2025-2026.
So on the face of it, it is not a run-with-it budget.
Definitely not. This budget, I think, would give the former former EPOC director, who is currently the chairman of the Fiscal Commission Advisory Body, that's Mr. Keith Duncan, some relief. This is not a budget that suggests the government is trying to run away and blow out expenditure.
All the more reason it will be interesting to see when Minister Williams opens the debate on March 11. It will be, Siobhan?
That is correct. We should expect that opening of the budget debate in March.
To hear how exactly the budget will be financed. But talk to us about some of the top line issues in terms of ministries and agencies. I heard in your report at 5, health and education seeming to be leading the pack.
That is correct. On the recurrent side, both of those ministries have received essentially the largest amounts, following Ministry of Finance, which handles things such as wages and debt repayments. But the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health, along with the Ministry of National Security, is where most of the government is expending its revenues on the recurrent side of the budget, in average of about 150 billion between each of them, with the Ministry of Education actually receiving $180 billion to spend in the upcoming fiscal year.
So the country continues to spend significantly on education.
And that is also matched by the expenditure on the capital side, where the Ministry of Education has received an additional $3 billion of capital expenditure, moving from $1.5 billion in the current fiscal year to $4.5 billion in the upcoming fiscal year.
Let me ask you, in terms of the planned expenditure on paying down the debt, what is that figure?
I have not had the time to look into that deep into the budget. We received this book just before 5 o'clock. I've had very little time to go through that level of depth into the actual allocations.
And listeners, the book he's referring to, he has it. If you're on YouTube, you can see it. A very thick document. The estimates of expenditure Siobhan has in his hand. But let me ask you this, Siobhan, in terms of capital spending for national security, you told us health, you told us education. What's capital spending looking like for national security?
Well, national security will receive a reduction. It has received over the last fiscal year $3.6 billion, but that has been moved to $1.8 billion for the upcoming fiscal year.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we'll get more certainly in our morning news, yes, after you have had a little bit more time. I'd love to hear what is the planned expenditure for paying down the debt and interest costs, because the government has been telegraphing that before the end of March, before the end of this fiscal year, the debt to GDP ratio should be down to 70%. 70%. The global standard that it should be
is 60%.
Right. And we're coming from a high some years ago of 140 plus percent. Yeah. So if we get down to 70%, that is going to be significant in many respects in allowing the government room to finance expenditure on such things like health, education, security, and infrastructure.
Our Deputy Executive Editor, George Davis, is advising us, Cliff, that debt servicing is at $177 billion.
And how does that compare to last year?
Those details we'll have to know.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And if I could just say, it's important to know this, because this is an issue on which both political parties, the People's National Party, the Jamaica Labour Party, the government and opposition, there's been some amount of disagreement in terms of strategy. Mm-hmm. The People's National Party has said that we should slow down, the repayment of the debt, in order to create more room to ease the cost of living crisis as they see it in the opposition. They have said they think the aggressive push is not leaving enough to spend elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. All right. After the break, we're going to turn to the throne speech, what the government intends to focus on in the next fiscal year. After the break.
Thanks, Siobhan.
Since 1995, we've been your go-to source for everything related to billiards, amusement machines, and electronics. With locations at 1A Lindsay Terrace, Kingston 10, and the Village Plaza, Big Bridge, Savannah, Lamar, we offer top-quality pool table parts and accessories, cutting-edge gaming machines, and more. We also specialize in assembly, sales, and service of amusement machines. We provide unmatched customer service, expert solutions, and products tailored to your needs. Who are we? We are Eclipse Enterprise. Telephone 876-960-3891.
Home is closer than you think when you save towards your dream home with the Homeowners Savings Plan, or HOSP, from CIBC Caribbean. With HOSP, you unlock preferential interest rates to earn more interest on your savings and pay less with a discounted mortgage rate. You can even borrow up to an additional US $5,000 or its equivalent to help you with your closing costs. Get home faster when you save the HOSP way with CIBC.
Labor Rights West Kingston Youth Forum live and direct at the Edward Siaga Auditorium, Tivoli Gardens High School, this Thursday, February 13th at 5 p.m. Let's interact on how the JLP breaks down barriers to prepare a solid future that hotspot opportunities for all youths in our nation. That is why I vote JLP. Hear from special guest Senator the Honorable Dana Morris Dixon, the vibrant West Kingston youths and others. West Kingston Youth Forum this Thursday 5 p.m. at the Edward Siaga Auditorium, Tivoli Gardens High School. Hosted by champion West Kingston MP, the Honorable Desmond McKenzie. West Kingston Youths active and strong. See you there.
Welcome back. 6 minutes going up to 6 o'clock. Well, another moment today in the Parliament with the reading of the throne speech by the acting Governor General, the Custos of Kingston, Stedman Fuller. He deputized for Governor General Sir Patrick Allen, who, as you know, has been out sick. He had surgery last December, spinal surgery, major surgery, and he was the breach was filled by the Custos of Kingston this morning, Stedman Fuller.
According to the Custos, Jamaicans have a say in 2025 on the country's final appellate court.
In 2025-2026 legislative year, the remaining steps will be taken to pass the Constitution Amendment Republic Bill in 2024 and then have it approved by the people. The reform work will continue into the next phase with a sharp focus on Chapter 3 and 7 of the Constitution, the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, and the Judicature. The people of Jamaica will also be provided the opportunity to have their say on the matter of Jamaica's final court. Among the pieces of legislation, a referendum bill will be tabled to provide for the procedures for the people's participation in the reform of the Constitution. Work is also far advanced to revise the Law Revision Act to establish a new framework for revising and publishing our laws in digitized form, among other things.
That's the Deputy Governor General, Custos of Kingston, Stedman Fuller. Can I say though, Cliff, I thought the Custos did a very good job. I usually find the throne speech very tedious, and with the greatest respect to the actual Governor General, the incumbent Governor General. He's not known for his delivery. I think the Custos did a very good job. He was commanding, the cadence was good, clearly the audience was with him. Yeah, he might deputize some more, I think. He should. I thought so. I
think Custos Fuller did the job effectively. Yes? He rose to the occasion.
Yeah, I think so.
The first time for him, he must have had some tinge of nerves.
It didn't show.
It didn't show. Yes? So, good job, Custos Fuller. Well, the Custos also, in outlining the priorities of the government, he made that announcement about the referendum bill that is coming. Yes, as you know, the country has been in a debate. Yes, the government and the opposition, civil society, has been in a debate over whether the Privy Council should remain as Jamaica's final appellate court, and the timing of that. The government is saying we should do it on a phased basis. The opposition is saying it should be twinned to the decision to remove the monarchy. Yes?
Well, and I have long said, Cliff, I think this is the correct approach. Put it to the Jamaican people. there's no sense for the opposition and the government to be arguing back and forth in the parliament. Put it to the Jamaican people. The People's National Party clearly believes the CCJ is the correct course of action. Make the case to the Jamaican people. The government, we're not quite clear where exactly they want to go. Once the Prime Minister settles that definitively, then let the people decide. I cannot understand this argument that it is not a matter for the people, which is the argument I get coming from former Justice Minister A.J. Nicholson, and Mr. Golding says because it is not legally required, then there is no need for a referendum. I don't buy that.
Yes,
I don't buy that.
And that is rooted in the fact that the founding fathers of independent Jamaica deliberately did not make it a fundamental issue that would require the people's decision. But in the modern world, give no experience after 62 years of independence, the Jamaican people of today consider this in a large way, significant sections, that it should be a decision for the people of Jamaica. This is not 62, this is 2025.
Right.
Yeah?
And you would reference 62 because at that time the drafting of the Constitution was perhaps done by experts, those who were seen as brighter than, and the ordinary people need not concern themselves.
Right.
No, I think it's quite in order and appropriate that the Jamaican people weigh in on it. What could be more fundamental than access to justice and the definition of what we think justice is?
Yes. And it takes me back to P.J. Patterson's speech following the April gas riots, when he said the Jamaican of today is demanding, as a citizen, a global citizen, to be involved in decision making. And as such, he said they will be making differences in approach to crafting the budget because of the explosion in public anger over the April 99 budget. And Patterson said, and conceded quite rightly, I think, that the Jamaican of then, that was 26 years ago, was a global citizen demanding to be heard in the affairs of the country. And with this matter of the Privy Council, what more could be of grave importance than our final court?
We can't say we're a democracy and we're afraid of the will and expressed position of the people. I don't think that works.
Notwithstanding the ghosts of the 61 referendum.
Which I suspect, which if I'm to hazard a guess, is what the People's National Party fears.
Yes.
I think that memory, and I heard the local government minister during the debate on the Portmore matter throwing a barb. He said, I know, I'm afraid of referendum.
Yes.
Yeah? But I think the people should decide. And Mr. Golding has now said that he thinks the people of Portmore should also decide that question as to whether Portmore becomes a parish. I don't think he can have it both ways. The people, you can't say, on one hand, the people should determine that or decide that matter, but then on the matter of the court, no.
But for completeness, one has got to recognize that when you have referenda, what is on the ballot is not necessarily what concentrates the campaign.
That has certainly been the experience across the Caribbean.
Yes, it can easily descend into a partisan issue. That, listen, if I were to vote for the court, then I'm supporting my party.
Right.
If I were to vote otherwise, I'll support the other party.
Yes.
That is a real threat, I think.
No, fear. But if I were to hazard a guess, from all I've seen, all I've heard, all I've read, I think the Jamaican people would be wary of adopting the Caribbean Court of Justice. That would be my guess. But not a betting man. But if I were to hazard a guess,
they'd be wary.
I think so.
Because of the predominance of politics.
Yeah, and whether that is whether it is true or not, the perception is strong.
Yes.
The perception is strong, and I have had to disabuse myself of the idea that the arguments against the CCJ are completely baseless, because I have long said, and I still believe, that that is the correct course of action. But I don't know if a majority of Jamaicans agree with me.
Yeah.
And if you take the referenda that have happened across the region in places like St. Vincent, I think Grenada has also had to settle the question. The people have said no.
No.
In overwhelming numbers, they've said
if we're going to get a majority for the CCJ, I think it will have to be done jointly
Yes.
with the support of the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party.
Yeah.
Both will have to campaign jointly and say to the people of Jamaica, let's go with the CCJ. So long as there's a divide, I don't think it's going to make it.
Yeah. And I don't think we're having a meeting of the minds on that matter in the Parliament at all. So,
right.
Yeah.
But we're going to go now to the youth forum here for the Jamaica Labour Party. Let us be clear. We're in the political season, and the constituency organization, that is the Jamaica Labour Party in West Kingston, are putting on what they're calling a youth forum for the young people of West Kingston and the wider Jamaica to decide the issues, how the issues affect them, and why they should vote Labour.
Hosted by Deputy Leader of the Jamaica Labour Party, Desmond McKenzie. The theme is Why I Vote Labour.
Why?
Yeah, and the young people will tell us why they think a third term is imminent. And as I hear the Labourites saying, it's loading.
It's loading.
I noted something very interesting this morning, on the walk down Duke Street. The government, of course, usually walks down Duke Street, approaching Gordon House at the opening. Instead of the peace sign, which is traditional for the Labour Party, 3 fingers.
Oh.
Yes.
The third term.
Yes. The Prime Minister, the entire front row. I could see the front row.
We're showing the 3 signs.
3 fingers.
Oh, 3 fingers.
Not just the victory or the peace sign. 3 fingers.
Oh.
But we'll see.
Yeah. We asked in our polls that question. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
We asked the Jamaican people, and the polls will be published on Monday.
Starting at 6 a.m.
Yes. We asked, do you think the Andrew Holness administration deserves a third term in government? And we've been asking it for about 2 years now.
2 years, yes, at least.
And it will be fascinating, the result.
And you don't want to tell me right now?
No. I'll tell you off air.
All right. Listeners, they give the results to me in pieces to write the story. So let's take a break.
You don't leak it.
Let's take a break and come back with more here from Tivoli Gardens High School for the JLP's Youth Forum.
Cover Story was brought to you by
Multilink. Roll with control. Use Multilink. Safe, fast, and accepted in more locations.
Payroll processing giving you angina? Complete your payroll in just 15 minutes with ICOPay. ICOPay is an efficient payroll software that simplifies payroll processing and returns for businesses of all sizes. Features includes SO1 and SO2 filings, online salary deposits, payslip distribution via email, and many more. It's Jamaica's best-selling payroll solution. Visit ICOPayJA.com for a demo. Follow at ICOPayJA or call or WhatsApp at 876-333-5809.
Yeah, here? If you're tired of a cluttered office space, then you need to call Corporate Interiors International. We offer top quality industrial shelvings, filing cabinets, and storage cabinets to keep your workspace organized and efficient. Plus comfortable office chairs that will keep your team productive and focused. Visit us today at corporateinteriorsjm.com or call us at 876-630-0010 for more information. Corporate Interiors International. We sell solutions, not just furniture.
Good morning and welcome to the newest addition to the Nationwide News Network family on Hot 102.
Good afternoon, I'm Erica Allen. I'm Elizabeth Bennett. In Nationwide News at this hour.
This is Nationwide, I'm Cliff Hughes.
And I'm Carol Narcisse.
Morning, welcome to This Morning on Hot 102.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Beverly and it's Manley. Good morning and welcome.
For 20 years, Nationwide 90 FM has been your trusted source for breaking news, delivering critical updates when you needed them most.
3:37 in the afternoon, we interrupt to bring you more from the One Don Klansman gang trial. Another guilty verdict.
With fearless, fact-based journalism that unearthed the truth.
Between 2012 and 2018, nearly $5.5 million was taken from the track legend.
And insightful commentary that sparked meaningful conversations and shifted perspectives.
Welcome to the front page. I'm Emily Crooks. I am Naomi Francis. We're pleased to be joined by Roger Clark.
From the stories that shook Jamaica,
we're having an earthquake,
to those that inspired change and left lasting impacts.
In 2014, to be dealing with an issue such as the Mario Dean case.
Nationwide 90 FM has been there, diving deep into the issues that matter most to you. As we mark 20 years of dedicated service in 2025, we honor the trust you have placed in us and reaffirm our commitment to serving you, the Jamaican people, rooted in truth, fairness, and integrity. We continue to provide incisive reporting with a foundation of accountability and respect. While we celebrate our journey, we are also focused on the future, fueled by the same passion and purpose that has always driven us. Thank you for supporting Team Revolution for 2 decades. Stay with us. The best is yet to come.
KFC pop, popcorn chicken. KFC popcorn chicken. Incredible, delicious finger licking in this house when me dip it. I can't resist it. Once you start, you can't stop.
Do whatever the crunch you want with KFC's popcorn chicken. Now available in hot and spicy. Try with our new dipping sauces. KFC, it's finger licking good.
KFC popcorn chicken.
Labor Rights West Kingston Youth Forum live and direct at the Edward Seaga Auditorium, Tivoli Gardens High School, this Thursday, February 13th at 5 p.m. Let's interact on how the JLP breaks down barriers to prepare a solid future that hotspot opportunities for all youths in our nation. That is why I vote JLP. Hear from special guest Senator the Honorable Dana Morris Dixon, the vibrant West Kingston youths and others. West Kingston Youth Forum this Thursday 5 p.m. at the Edward Seaga Auditorium, Tivoli Gardens High School, hosted by champion West Kingston MP, the Honorable Desmond McKenzie. West Kingston Youths active and strong. See you there.
Yeah, Fry I wish you by Chinaman playing in Japan last night.
Please do not address me as Fry Eye. My name is Mark.
Oh wait, I talk so spooky.
And besides, I have no clue what any Chinese man played. But I do know what the latest Blue Dot polls, powered by Total Tools, are showing.
So me ask this man about dropping and this brother talk about poll.
Be quiet, peasant. Listen to the revolution in media starting with the 6 a.m. news on Monday, February 17 to hear the key findings, including which party is favored by most potential voters for the next general election.
But look, pan the man who me and him near me same bread and mackerel gravy for lunch pan the site where they I'll take you.
I'm struggling to understand that strange dialect you speak, but hear this. The pollsters went into 2 traditional swing seats and those results will be included in the big reveal. That's the nationwide Blue Dot polls, powered by Total Tools, starting February 17 on Nationwide 90 FM, the source for the only numbers you'll ever need.
Hey guys!
guys, tune in to the E-Zone from 1 to 3 p.m. as we broadcast live from the Rubis gas station on Constant Spring Road for the Love Your Drive Test Drive Day.
Test drive their stylish Haval and tank models and get a sweet treat this Valentine's Day.
Ooh.
Don't miss these lovely deals this Valentine's.
So tune in to the E-Zone on Friday, February 14 from 1 to 3 p.m. It's the Love Your Drive Test Drive Day promotion.
Catch us at the Rubis gas station
on Constant Spring Road,
29 Waterloo Road,
or tune in to Nationwide 90 FM,
the new revolution in media.
This
broadcast is brought to you by Stewart's Automotive Group.
Listeners,
good evening.
Good evening. We're coming to you live from the lawns of Tivoli Gardens High School for the West Kingston Youth Forum. It's an initiative conceptualized by the Member of Parliament Desmond McKenzie. The first one was actually held in 2022 at the Denham Town Community Centre. And the forum allows young people in the community to discuss their challenges. The theme for this forum, that's why I'll vote JLP. Young people from Generation 2000, G2K and Young Jamaica from the constituency will be presenting on current issues including health, employment, education and skills training, among others. And this evening, we're set to hear from several young people from the community. We'll also be hearing from the Minister of Education, Skills and Information, Senator Dr. Dana Morris Dixon, and of course the host, the man himself, the MP for West Kingston, Desmond McKenzie. He joins us now. Mr. McKenzie, good evening.
Good evening.
Ricardo, Cliff, thanks for having me.
Yes.
Not a problem. So, the theme, let me start with the theme. That's why I'll vote JLP.
Because it has to be said that this administration has done significantly more for young people than any other administration would have done in, say, the last 30 years. And my constituency, despite how a lot of people view West Kingston, the achievements that we have had in the constituency, academically and otherwise, in terms of employment, skills opportunities, in sports and culture, has not been told as often as it should be. So when I met with my young people, because they are integrally involved in the constituency, they are a part of the executive, they do active work in the constituency, and we sat down to look at the kind of approach that we must take. And they asked what can be their role in helping the constituency and the party in general going into the next election. The concept of the forum came up. And, you know, they want to say why they believe, and they want to use it to speak to young people of their own age, encourage them as to why. And, you know, they must vote JLP. And you will hear from the presenters this evening on a wide range of reasons why they should vote JLP.
So you're trying to mobilize a youth base to win later this year?
Well, let me say, a youth base is important, but if I go back to beginning, because from 1962, when Mr. Seaga came to West Kingston, we had what was known as branches. So we had adult branches and you had juvenile branches. So we had 20 adult branches in the constituency, and each branch had a juvenile branch. So that is where the Dennis Browns came from. Right? Out of the juvenile branch system. And since
so Dennis was a laborer?
Dennis Brown started. Dennis Brown was a member of Dominion Juvenile Branch, which used to operate at Beeston Street and Rose Lane Corner in West Kingston. That was where Dennis Brown started. Dennis Brown's beginning in singing started in Chacomolon when he used to sing at concerts.
Yeah.
When branches used to have anniversary. And then Mr. Seaga, when the adults had their conference, Mr. Seaga would put on a juvenile conference. And that was how it is. And Dennis Brown, actually, we started at Chacomolon, then we moved to Success Club, then he moved to Ward Theatre. And then Ward Theatre became small, so we went to the arena. Now this is a youth conference, young people, juvenile branch. So when we went to the arena, Mr. Shearer just became Prime Minister following Mr. Sangster. And Tommy McCook and the Supersonics was the band that was playing. So every function that we have involved music. So Mr. Seaga, we used to have concerts. And Dennis Brown sang at the arena, and Mr. Shearer, who was the Prime Minister at the time, heard Dennis Brown singing. And Mr. Shearer was having his constituency conference in Vere, Clarendon, on the same evening. And he said to Mr. Seaga, is it possible that Dennis could come? And Mr. Seaga said, yes, but under one condition, Desmond has to come with him. So Mr. Shearer made arrangements, pick us up, and we...
So you were his manager?
No, but he was a member of my brand. So what Mr. Seaga normally do, there was a team of us that we would go out collectively, and things. So we went to Vere in Clarendon at Vere Technical High School, and Byron Lee was the band. And Byron Lee put on one thing. Byron said, boy, him band is professional and him don't know this little boy and him not going to risk his professional thing to back somebody that him don't know, and he did reverse with the band and thing. And credit must be given to people like Neville Hines and Winston Wright, and I think Jarrett was the drummer, Byron Lee, and they did talk to Byron, and Byron, and that was how Dennis got started. So when I hear people talk about Dennis Brown and what they did for Dennis Brown, I laugh, because the history of Dennis Brown started in West Kingston as a part.
And just before Ricardo come back, as a boy growing up and going to Chetola Park up the road, I used to hear about Chocomo Lawn. Where is it?
Chocomo Lawn was on Wellington Street. Chocomo Lawn was a famous dance hall. As a matter of fact, in West Kingston at the time, all the major dance halls were in West Kingston at the time. So you had Chocomo Lawn, you had Carnival, you had Foresters Hall, you had King's Lawn. So all of those dance halls. So it is right on Wellington Street. Now beside it now, it is a part of the Denham Town Health Sector.
Okay.
Has taken over Chocomo Lawn, and some houses are situated there.
Okay. You'd have done your projections. The Labour Party can't win without the youth vote, can it?
No. And it is important that we maintain the support of the young people. And if you notice the last couple of elections, the young people have always been solidly with the party and with our party leader. And I must tell you that the programs that have been initiated over the last 2.5 years, believe me, has done wonders. I see it here in my own constituency, because I'm seeing young people gravitating almost on a daily basis, going to the constituency office. The amount of letters that I'm getting from young people, not asking for favors, wanting to be a part of the programs that the government has initiated, and the response have been significant. I must say that I told them when I met with them the other night that I'm proud of them, and we're talking about university students, doctors, lawyers, teachers, professionals. Those who are not professionals are in the thing. So it is a rounded constituency with a lot of young people whose value is pointing in the right direction.
One of the significant programs the government has launched for young people, the tuition-free access to HEART.
Yes.
Are you finding that you're finding it difficult to get the young people to sign up?
Well, I wouldn't say difficult. If we say get calls for 30 names, out of 30 we probably eat up 25, 27, just a few. And I must confess that those who know that they can't make the grade ask, is there something else that I can be incorporated in? And we have done all that we can to assist them. As a matter of fact, a part of our community program is an advanced learning program where some of the same community members themselves are responsible for the training, tutoring one another. So, if they find somebody can manage well in maths, they have classes. So that is the kind of constituency we have, young people.
You talk about earlier people having a misunderstanding of West Kingston. I'm going to use the word stigma. How do you keep young people here motivated to stay involved?
Well, when you hear them speak later on, you will understand. One of the challenges that we had before, and I don't think we have it as much, is that a lot of them, well educated, would apply for jobs. And because of where they live,
the address,
they either are denied the opportunity or they give a wrong address. And they get the job, and then if something happens and they have to be taken home, and then they find out that they run into a problem. So what they have been doing now is that they are no longer afraid to say where they are. So it's either you accept them for what they are, and I think that is good, because one of the things we keep saying to them, do not hide where you're from. It is no shame to say that you're a part of West Kingston. And the stigma that we hold goes back long before politics. Because remember, we were the place that Mr. Siago described as when things have no further use in life, it was deposited in West Kingston. And when you ask, sir, why do you say that? And he explained, West Kingston was the site of the dump. It was the site of the abattoir, the site of the morgue. The largest pumping station in the country, which was down here, was situated in West Kingston. The largest public cemetery in this part of the hemisphere. We have of the 23 markets of the 21 markets in the corporate area, 9 of those markets are in West Kingston. We have the slaughterhouse. The most funeral parlors and funeral homes are situated in West Kingston. And then, to top it off, we had what was considered the largest slum back a wall, 25 acres. And then we have the railway, and we have, so it was an area which never had the quality representation, although Sir Alexander Bustamante was our first member of parliament.
It produced what, 4 prime ministers?
4 prime ministers. So between 1944, we had Sir Alexander Bustamante, and then we had Hugh Shearer. We lost in 59, and that's the only time we have ever lost West Kingston. And from 62 onwards, we had Mr. Siaga, then Mr. Golding. So we have had 4 prime ministers. We have had 2 national heroes. Marcus Garvey was the councillor for Smith Village, which is now Denham Town.
He was the councillor of Smith Village?
Yeah, in the KSAC. So you find that West Kingston has a rich history. We are the site of the Bank of Jamaica. The Parliament is in West Kingston. The headquarters of the courts is in West Kingston. So we have the oil refinery in West Kingston. One of the largest. We have Newport West is in West Kingston. So it is a rich constituency. We are the commercial hub of the country.
You say you tell the young people don't hide where they're from. Is it changing though in terms of the pushback that they get when they do say they're from West Kingston?
Well, they do get pushback sometimes, but I'm not getting that level of complaints because the persons that we will recommend for jobs and persons who ask for recommendations and it is given, they come back and they say thank you. So, and for me, I don't believe that you should deny where you live. It should not. You should not be denied a job. I know that is still practice, right. But in the constituency, a lot of them takes pride in where they live, right? And a lot of them born and grow here. Their parents was born here and they have taken a different lease on life. When I was meeting with them the other night, they said they don't want to be held as captives, like how their parents was held as captives. So they want everybody to know what their beliefs are, and their beliefs is that where I'm from, I must be proud to say I am from here. And let me make the point that my organization is not just JLP alone, because all the communities, including Anatown, Matches Lane, Central Downtown, we involve all of them as a part of our community program. So, and we don't preach politics, so we don't segregate. We treat everybody the same way in West Kingston as one, because that was how Mr. Siaga treated the constituency. And Mr. Golding continue, and I have continued that. And that is why we have no political violence in West Kingston.
Yeah.
Right?
You're no chicken anymore. Listening to you, you go back a long time.
Well, Cliff, when I tell people that Mr. Seaga came here and saw me in West Kingston, because my mother, my aunt, my entire family was a part of the movement of U-Share. So, when Mr. Seaga came here, I was a little boy, but still know what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you something, I would not trade West Kingston for anywhere else in the world.
Mm-hmm. Is this your last term?
Well, after the next election, I'll be 70, 75, 76. I think there comes a time when you reach a certain age that you must ensure that you make provisions for those. And I'm seeing that level of leadership developing in the constituency. And what I'd love when I leave West Kingston is to see that the next member of parliament comes from West Kingston. Because when the people know you and the people understand you and you understand the people, things are far, far better. And that is why we're enjoying the kind of relationship we do today with the police, with our, with the opposition, because of the relationship that exists. So, Cliff, the question is that when the time is ripe, I'm not going to allow anybody to tell me when to go.
It sounds like you are planning your succession.
No, well, Cliff,
you've been doing succession planning.
Cliff, Mr.
You've been
Seaga,
building, you've been identifying talent.
Because Mr. Seaga from early indicated what my destiny would have been politically in West Kingston.
Oh, he did.
Because when he was approached by a couple of people after a couple of elections to say, but so I think you should appoint Desmond to the Senate. No. Never answered them and didn't respond to them.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't respond. Mm-hmm. Now, when he thought the time was right,
yes,
I was the first person he called and he said, look, we're going to appoint you to the Senate.
Right.
And I said to him, sir, that is sound good, but I think we can win the KCAC. And he said, well, if you win the KCAC and if you become the mayor, you can still hold on to both positions.
Yeah.
And I said to him, so I'd rather, if I become mayor, concentrate on being mayor of Kingston. So we won the local government election and I resigned as mayor 2 months after.
As senator?
As senator, 2 months after, because I consider the role of mayor, because remember the last mayor we would have seen would have been Ryan Peralta.
Yes.
And Colleen Yap, and that would have been the first since Bustamante. Bustamante was 47, Newland was 48 or 49. So we have only had 2 mayors since the KCAC was.
So let me ask you, of all the political jobs you've had,
yes,
senator,
yes,
mayor, councillor, MP, minister, which one of them you think you have done best or enjoyed the most?
If the truth be told,
yes,
I'm enjoying both, but the mayor was more personal because of you had a smaller constituents dealing with, and then we were able to, at the time, when people said to me, boy, you was the person that made me know what a mayor was. Kind of feel good when I hear it.
Yes.
So I would say both, but being minister of local government, it's an honor, and I tell you, one of the things that made me feel overwhelmed was when I went to the United Nations General Assembly 2 years ago to speak, to represent Jamaica on disaster risk reduction, and I got a standing ovation at the United Nations. So opportunities like those only come once a time, but once in a while. But that is because of Edward Seaga, because he laid that foundation. I remember when I was, growing up, he used to carry me around with him, and he says, well, he would speak for 5 minutes, and then he says, when you have a car, you must have a good spare tire. So if you get a puncture, you can use your spare. So I have a spare tire, and I am going to ask my spare tire to come. And I would finish whatever he was saying. So that was how it started. So what I've seen here in West Kingston is the same approach by young people, and some of them is bolder than me right now.
Let me ask you, give you an opportunity. The young Ricardo Brooks and a lot those listening never heard of this. But is it true that there are occasions when Mr. Seaga to physically beat you?
Yeah, I'm not ashamed to say that, Cliff.
You see, you never know.
And it has made me a better person.
It was like a father.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, Mr. Seaga treated us here in West Kingston not as a MP. Okay? Mr. Seaga treated us with a kind of respect. And one of the things we learned from Mr. Seaga, he used to say, if you treat people nicely, then people will treat you nicely too. Mm-hmm. And what I've seen in the constituency now is this level of outpouring of love for our organization. Yeah. And most of our young people, their parents started with Mr. Seaga. Mm-hmm. Their grandparents started with Mr. Seaga. So what we see now is a continuation of that. And which better constituency within the Jamaica Labour Party that can speak about the goodness of the Jamaica Labour Party in terms of achievements, of benefits for young people than West Kingston.
Yeah. Area Council 1.
Yes.
All the constituencies in Area Council 1. Comfortable at this point?
We are comfortable.
Eastern St. Andrew?
Eastern St. Andrew. I am not worried about
West Rural St. Andrew?
West Rural St. Andrew.
East Rural St. Andrew?
East Rural St. Andrew. And we have work to do, and we have been doing those work. I have no doubt about the dominance of the Labour Party in Area Council. And I have no doubt about it.
Central Kingston?
Central Kingston is going to be tough, but we have done the work. And already we are seeing the results of the work that we are doing in Central Kingston. And let me tell you something. The Member of Parliament there, Donovan Williams, is an outstanding Member of Parliament. And the things that I've seen done in Central Kingston by MP Williams is out of this world. Unbelievable. We were down there on some Area Council meeting, and I must tell you, I was blown away. Not just by the turnout of the Central Kingston supporters, but by the level of interest that was demonstrated by the Labour Rights. I've seen it at conference. I'm seeing a different Labour Party now, where the Labour Rights understand that the show and the ringing of bells, they have to be equipped with the message. And we have been working, and I can't tell you some of the work that we've been doing, but I want to assure Jamaica that we are working. Right? While other people were running up and down like folded out there, and blown out of steam now. Right? We are doing work, and you will see the benefits of a lot of what we have been doing as a part.
Out of the corporate area and the St. Andrew seats, East Rural, West Rural, Eastern, those are likely to stay?
And they are all going to remain with us. The difficult seats that we have, we know what the difficult seats are.
Tell us.
Pat Sutherland
we know,
mounting a strong challenge to favour Williams.
Well, I mean, she has always been mounting challenges wherever she goes.
So you're not worried?
I'm not worried. I'm not. Look, let me say this. We have built a strong organization. Our organization is not just occasional.
Okay.
We have a consistent organization.
We have to wrap it up. We have to go to the platform. We don't want to miss
it.
We can talk to you another time.
All right.
Desmond McKenzie hosting a youth forum here in West Kingston. Let's take you to the platform now where they've started.
We go to
take the break first? All right,
yes.
Let's take the break and then we'll take you to the platform.
Labour Rights West Kingston Youth Forum live and direct at the Edward Seaga Auditorium, Tivoli Gardens High School, this Thursday, February 13th at 5 p.m. Let's interact on how the JLP breaks down barriers to prepare a solid future that hotspot opportunities for all youths in our nation. That is why I vote JLP. Hear from special guest Senator the Honorable Dana Morris Dixon, the vibrant West Kingston youths and all Brothers West Kingston Youth Forum this Thursday 5 p.m. at the Edward Siaga Auditorium, Tivoli Gardens High School. Hosted by champion West Kingston MP, the Honorable Desmond McKenzie. West Kingston Youths active and strong. See you there.
When last you get good bun, you don't know good bun until you have a mother's bakery bun. From you pull out the wrapper and it's soft so till. A sub bun for nice. And from when you take the first bite, love it so till. A sub bun for nice. Beg your piece.
Get your own mother's bakery bun.
I will buy one off you.
Yes, but I will charge a convenience fee.
I will take one. Me too. Mother's bakery buns. A sub bun for nice. Try them today.
Multi-link, access every time, everywhere I go. Multi-link, 24/7 access for me. It's just a win-win when we use multi-link. This card is Jamaican built, yeah. Fast and secure, you can use anywhere. Spend while supporting the economy.
Look for the multi-link logo on your card and benefit from Jamaica's largest debit payment network.
Multi-link, 24/7 access for me.
What would I do without my multi-link?
Thank you so much for staying with us. We're coming to you from the Tivoli Gardens High School, a paid political broadcast by the Jamaica Labour Party. They're promoting their youth forum, and they have started from the platform. And the first member up is Shikari Dockery. She's going to speak to the issues concerning healthcare.
To the days when Dr. Alfred Dawes, under the PNP administration, complained that the system popped down and surgeons had to be using garbage bags as apron. We cannot go back to that, labor rights. It is clear that Minister Christopher Tufton and the Jamaica Labour Party are best suited to continue to improve the quality of healthcare in our country. So let us all together sound the bells across Jamaica as we prepare to give the Jamaica Labour Party its third term under the leadership of Michael Andrew Holness. I thank you.
JLP cares for Jamaica. Come on, come on, come on, come on, yeah. I'm calling everyone who loves sweet Jamaica to stand and show our national pride. Out of many, one people, still so much.
Very passionate young lady, I can say myself. And just a quick knowledge as it relates to healthcare. Under the Jamaican Labour Party, in the all administrations, we are the only government that build hospital for youths. So how me not to be a labor right? Youth advocate, youth leader, student leader at the St. George's College. A studious, passionate, proactive, and also focused young lady is our next speaker. President of the MCM Youth Ambassadors and resident of my hometown, Denham Town Division. At this time, speaking on education, I want you to help me welcome Miss Shakir. Give me a second. I'm sorry. No, me that get it wrong. Shaniqua Porter. Thank you.
Good evening, labor rights. No man, good evening, labor rights. Greetings to all of Jamaica. I am elated to have the opportunity to address this Jamaica Labour Party West Kingston Youth Forum. As I stand here, I say with great confidence that our great party has a strong track record in the area of education and youth development. This is shown by these very facts. It is the Jamaica Labour Party that abolished tuition fees at the secondary level because we believe that everybody, no matter how poor, must have the opportunity to educate their children and give them the best opportunity in life. You hear the next side say they want to run them government with a set of tapanaries. But the Jamaica Labour Party not believe in that. This is why we have removed the guarantor requirement for a loan from the Students' Loan Bureau. Requirement for a loan from the Student Loan Bureau, making this avenue of pursuing studies more accessible. So that means young people don't have to know somebody influential in order to get help and financing to educate themselves. We, the Jamaica Labour Party, believes in educating our youth. Our government also recognizes that sometimes children go to school without having their basic provisions. They don't have anything to eat. As a result, this is why we have increased funding to the school feeding program. As we go one better, we have spent billions on digital transformation in education to ensure teachers too can access the requisite tools to deliver quality education to all our students. And not too long ago, we increased the provisions made in the budget to assist students in special needs because this Jamaica Labour Party government is working assiduously to ensure that as far as education is concerned, not a single Jamaican is left behind. That is our commitment. We have special schools that we sponsor, sometimes paying 100% fees in some cases, and now we have been paying for shadows and teaching support for students who need that individual support for learning. Not too long ago, Labourites, the government of Jamaica and the World Bank signed a $30 million agreement aimed at improving teaching practices, inclusiveness, learning conditions, and reaching more vulnerable students, as well as the use of information and decision-making within the education system. And this agreement was signed because we believe in giving our students access to the best education opportunity possible. The project is expected to benefit around 150,000 secondary schools, along with 6,000 teachers, school principals, Ministry of Education, and the youth staff, education policymakers, and also our practitioners. The project will also provide about 2,400 students, at least half of which will be girls, with access to new science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, the STEM secondary school. It is this Jamaica Labour Party government that increased the allocation by 30% to the program that is supposed to assist the lower income earning Jamaicans, the less fortunate, the PATH program. We certify dozens of early childhood institutions to ensure they meet the required standard. We have removed schools from the shift system, which used to create a lot of confusion. We have implemented the Tablet in School initiative to give students access to technology and a greater opportunity to learn. Before I conclude, I want to make special mention of the Jamaica Labour Party scholarship program, which year after year benefits dozens of students and assists them with financing their education. We do not just talk about supporting Jamaicans to educate their children, but we give real and credible support, as there is so much more. There is no doubt that the Jamaica Labour Party government is best placed to continue moving forward the education sector. Shower Labourites.
Make a dance couple times, then I take my picture. I bet me turn up in ya. Chief. I bet me turn up in ya. Move. Chief. I bet me turn up in ya. Yalla, bye, Chief. I bet me turn up over
music, my show me like where you play the song like, you know, things the West Kingston people, them full of dancers. Like Ding Dong, we have them too, you know. Alright, how you feeling, everybody? How you feeling, everybody? Youths of West Kingston, let me hear you. That's it. You hear the powerful message you delivered a while ago? You hear how much billions we get donated to our school system? So how you know to be a Labour right? How you know to vote Labour right? This is why we vote Labour right, because we believe in education, we believe in youth development, we believe in a developed economy. This is why we youths vote the Jamaica Labour Party. All right, so at this time, we're going to invite, speaking on skill training, a very passionate young lady, courageous, determined, and willful. At this moment, I'm wanting you guys to give me a round of applause and help me welcome Dahima Mitchell.
Zip it up there, zip it up there, zip it up there, zip it, zip it, zip it up there, zip it up there, zip it up there, zip it, stir fry, stir fry.
Good evening, Laborites. And a special good evening to you, my fellow Jamaicans who are tuned on social media and traditional media watching this lovely conference. I begin by reminding you that the Jamaica Labour Party government is a caring administration deeply invested in the advancement and to develop our people. I am here to speak to you directly about a few of one of the things that the Jamaica Labour Party government has done and is doing to ensure that more Jamaicans are trained and require a skill and by extension develop themselves and our country. The Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce has a program to train workers to fulfill the staffing needs of the global digital services sector. This is a new emerging sector where there are many opportunities. This program supported the tailor-made training of the 2,000 individuals to meet industry needs, over 1,500 in supervisory management and 437 in leadership and management. This government believes in assisting our fellow Jamaicans to improve themselves. Additionally, Laborites, we have an institution founded by the most honorable Edward Philip George Thiago, which known as the Harchers Program, NST Program, which falls under our Prime Minister's ministry. Our Prime Minister and the Jamaica Labour Party government understand that there are numerous Jamaicans who desperately wish to acquire a skill and be trained, but lack the financial resources. So, guess what we did in 2023? We directed that the Hart NST Trust in Jamaica remove all tuition and administrative fees for its programs up to associate level degree. This decision was announced by the Prime Minister during the 2023 or 2024 budget presentation. And the Jamaica Labour Party government did this to give an opportunity to more Jamaicans to obtain a skill and prepare to provide for themselves and their families. This had a major impact. The Harchers has seen a 15% increase in enrollment since the removal of tuition and administrative fees requirement for courses up to associate level. Proof is in the pudding. Evidence of this policy's success has been demonstrated in over 120 students that have been enrolled in Hart since the removal of tuition fees. What can we take away from these facts? That the Jamaica Labour Party government believes in giving people a chance to uplift themselves and their families. We are not a government of tapanaris. We believe in giving strength to Jamaicans from all walks of life and giving them an opportunity to build themselves, gain a skill, and make it in life. Show our labor, right?
Zip it up there, zip it up there, zip it up there, zip it, zip it, zip it up there, zip it up there, zip it up there, zip it, stir fry, stir fry, stir fry, turn up the vibe, stir fry. Stir fry, stir fry, stir. I summertime now and everybody outside.
All right, Labour right, so you feeling? Like the spirit. How we feeling one more time? Good, good. All right. So we're having a productive evening. We love it. We love what we see. We love the sea agreeing. This is what the youths like to see. They like to see the representation. I have the Minister of Education right here in front of me. Just not too long, she a stir fry. Anybody know if ding dang high nobody? We have a minister here, you know. She a mash up the place. Mr. Mackenzie round on the back. Round them a stir fry too, you know. We see him too, you know. Councillor Samuels, I see her around the back around there. Let the people see her. Stand to ovation, let the people see her. Tivoli Gardens councillor right there. We see everybody. We like it. How are we doing so far? Good. Educated. Empower. You hear somebody say empowering. Anybody around the back, how you feel about the program so far? You feel alive. That's what we want to hear. That's what the Jamaica Labour Party is. Letting us feel alive. We like the youths. We like the work. We like the involvement. We like the projects that are being implemented by the government. You see in Parliament the other day, our Member of Parliament tabled the bill to get Portmore as a parish win because of his strong perseverance and persiflage attitude. The opposition had to walk out of Parliament because they couldn't stand the fire of our Member of Parliament, Desmond. They couldn't stand him. They had to leave. Music maestro, I can't go down in night, I don't hear nothing. Music maestro, I can't talk about my Member of Parliament when me born at Wellington Street up the road. I'm born, come see I'm not hear no music I play for my top and Harris Member of Parliament. Music maestro, give us something.
After the show, it's after party then. After the party, it's hotel lobby then. After the NSC, we burn a one split. And after a couple magnum, a gal forget it. Yes, man, back it up, the kid have money you spend. All of me team, they also show the whole of your friend. Matalanda sing out to me, sending back his own 10.
Wait, everybody, I say, Labour, we do it again.
Skip your wedding me there. Swing your one from left to right, me know the saga man then. Beat them like a whipping on me, and me now look my friend. Enough of them, you hear a talk.
Come the man, stand up now, man, at this man we are talking about, you know.
Make sure you swing your one there. When them come to you with argument, make sure you run them. Happy, I live for life, I make money, we not a problem. I bag a chat and make I say them bad, we not look at them.
Bones. Oh, we are going to the third year. We are go bones. We are go bones.
Try your bones to this. Uptown dancers, we are not done to this. Dancing, not just fun, it's not mathematics. Anyway, me go, me a the general in this.
Boy, one thing, you know, them not like you when Labour writer come. Even today when we open Parliament, we see our Member of Parliament well dressed, dapper down. Me that barra wear for the suit, them is a Member of Parliament. Me I tell you from now. The tie, bad. The suit, bad. The shirt, bad. The shoes, bad. Dear, you know, bad. We love it, man. We as youths, we love what we're seeing. We love to see our representatives going out there, doing what they say they are going to do. They're not giving us some 2 weeks, we are going to tell you the manifesto. 2 more weeks, we are going to give you the manifesto. They're giving you the manifesto now. They're sticking to their plan and what they're doing. We see the economy is going up dramatically. Unemployment is at its historical low. We came right out of the 18 years, as me call it. Me never born them time there. You hear the lady and an experienced Labour right say it a while ago. Poverty. And a poverty, you know. Poverty. Because them promise with prosperity and them give it poverty. So we have to put it together and we get poverty. And that them give it for the 18 years. And them are crucify and them are scrutinize Andrew Holness for the 8 years. But one thing them can't do, them can't talk about the work with them because them are see it.
But dog, Javi produced the one here, is it?
You know, system, we are create waves like the ocean, yeah. When you're there, better you so know the explosion, and we make the commotion, yeah. They dance, watch we have emotion, deep and we slow down, yeah.
We do it first, cause them soft like lotion, and waves like the ocean, yeah. And that me hear the Member of Parliament say in a Parliament where them a table the bill for Portmore and them and them argue it. Him stand up and him tell them, say, them did want to do it. Them did want to take the credit. Because that's all them do now. We implement our plans as the Jamaica Labour Party, and when they get the seat, they do all of our plans. And then try to confuse, put a veil over the Jamaican people's eyes like it's them. I do all of it, but we know I know them. That's why we sure and secure about a third term, because we see the work of the administration I do. We see the work of the councillors them I do. We see the work of the member of parliament them I do. That's why we elect them first, second, and we are give them it one more time, 3 more times. No, the third term is sure. It is. I love your spirit over there. So it is. Fully loaded. I hear somebody in the crowd say it is, and we know it is. Because the people like progress. Because if we didn't like progress or administration, then probably would have voted out already. But the Jamaican people like progress. They see it. Especially us. We love our Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Him give you the opportunity as inner city youth to go up a student loan and now if you run back on a guarantor, run back on a body if you beg them to come sign for you. And them not do nothing more than sign, you know. Them not do nothing more than sign. But Andrew Holness say that I create too much constraint upon the youths them because them can't find nobody. Everybody afraid, everybody iffy about signing for you as a guarantor because them feel like you're going to run off and them are going to pay the loan. We are going to pay it. We want the education. Because once we have it, yes sir, we can't lose it. And we know that. That's why the opposition, they had to, they tried to attack our Prime Minister's character. Speaking about the hard work he has done. And then them come and them spread them propaganda about bank accounts and money and house. We see the work our Prime Minister did. We see that he's a hard-working man. Him say it to them and them never believe. We see it. Him not hide nothing from where. Because the Jamaica Labour Party, we believe in transparency. We believe in accountability. And we believe in justice. So our Prime Minister couldn't stand for that. And then turn around and do something else. So we know them not like so way. We know when at our time for parliament, them not like see that. Yes man, them shaking at them boots when them see we. Them affy tired for see we face. Cause we not left. We not left. I know it's not possible, you know. But I would love to see the parliament just fill with our member of parliament. Just labor right alone. Yes, we know it is possible, you know. But you have the naysayers out there who go say, boy, it's not possible because you have PMP stronghold. When me and my young Jamaica friend them went to Central Kingston with Member of Parliament Donovan, and we go over there, go turn up that. When we go over there, go turn up that.
Can't hold me again. Bad mind can't hold me again. Can't hold me again. Me say me go round the corner, me go round the bend. Can't hold me again. Me tap in the exhaust and give them problem. Can't hold me again.
No, the comrades them never know that. Them never know say the youths of young Jamaica, West Kingston. We went on our canvassing. We went on our walks. We went on our care package days and all of that. Them never know that. Them never know say the youths them so involved in the politics. Them never know say the youths them help fling over Central King. So them never know that. Them never know the youths them, but we were there. We were there. We're not going back. Them know we not go back. We go over there and we do it. When we went to Manchester, MP, Rhoda, Crawford, listen to me. Some nights ago, one of my members from Young Jamaica was reminiscing on when we went. And he said we had to have candles doing our canvassing in the night. because we believe in Member of Parliament Crawford. We believe that she was going to give it to the Comrade Peter Bunting, and we helped her to give it to the Member of Parliament because we want Manchester. We want it and we took it. So we're not going back. The seat we have in Parliament, we are sure. We just going to add to them. We're going to add to them. When you look, you see, I'll have one of them over there. So when them walk out, they have nothing to do with it.
Boss, set the trend, set the trend. We set the trend, set the trend, set the trend. We set the trend. We not follow them. We set the trend. In the thing,
no man, them never. They didn't know the use of West Kingston and the use of young Jamaica in this country. So integral and powerful in the political sphere. They didn't know. We had to show them. We had to prove it to them. We had to make them know. We had to give it to them and make them know. So we're ready and we support the government. Alright, so at this time we're going to invite our next speaker. A very analytical, idealistic, intellectual and philosophist. President of the People's Group of the Pentecostal City Mission and Regional. I hear people that clap like them know, like you know who already. Regional Camp Director. May I tell you, man, he's a young leader, a young advocate, an academia, an accountant by profession, and a glorified member of the Denham Town Division here in West Kingston. Give me a rousing round of applause and help me welcome, speaking on employment and job creation, Mr. Javon Downey.
For your mercy and faith, all I've been held from the moment that I wake up till I lay my head. Oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful.
All of your life.
And all my life you have been so
God.
With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God.
Promise not to turn it into church. Showers of blessings, my Jamaican Labour Party family. All over the world, including right here in Jamaica, people want the opportunity to work, earn, and to provide for their families. Jamaicans don't want handouts, contrary to popular belief. What Jamaicans want are opportunities. They want to be able to put bread on their table through honor and honesty. And that is why I am here tonight, to speak about employment under the Jamaican Labour Party government. But before we say where we are, let us remember where we are coming from. The record is one of high unemployment, hardship, and 3, no way forward. Under the People's National Party, the Jamaican people suffered. In 2013, unemployment was a staggering 15%. Thousands of Jamaicans were struggling, joblessness and uncertain about the future. By 2015, the country was still sinking under the weight of mismanagement, high joblessness, and economic hardship. Jamaicans had enough. Say enough is enough. And what did the Jamaicans do? The Jamaicans voted them out. In 2016, the people made the right choice. The people elected the Jamaica Labour Party under the leadership of Andrew Michael Holness, and immediately, say immediately, immediately in the same self-power, we got to work. The JLP success. What is our success? We have record job creation. We have record economic growth. And a stronger Jamaica for both he, she, and the old lady. As of October 2024, backtracking a bit. Fast forward to today, we have record unemployment. Just a few weeks ago, the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, Statin, confirmed that Jamaica continues to enjoy record levels of unemployment. As of October 2024, the unemployment rate has fallen to an all-time low of 3.5%. First in history. We did have to come out to come see this. This is down from a record of 3.6% in July 2024. And it is the lowest unemployment rate in the history of our beautiful Jamaica. Labor rights and my fellow Jamaicans, what does this mean? Because it has meaning for each and every single one of us. Whether we are labor rights, whether we are comrades, whether we are undecided, the work that the JLP is putting in is not based on party. It is being put in because we have the best interest of the Jamaican people at heart. So, it means, 1, more Jamaicans are working. 2, more families can put food on the table. And 3, it means this government is delivering real results for the real people of Jamaica. There is no doubt that Jamaica is moving forward under the Jamaica Labour Party. The work continues. So now it's time for us to organize, mobilize, and secure the future. But labor rights, progress is not automatic. It takes work, it takes commitment, and it takes leadership, all of which we are enjoying under this leadership of the Jamaican Labour Party. Now it is incumbent upon us to organize, mobilize, and secure the future. What does this mean? It means 1, we must keep moving forward. It means 2, we must continue creating opportunities for every Jamaican. And it means 3, we must not allow Jamaica to go back to the days of high employment and economic failure like under the PMPA. So labor rights, put in the work, stay united, stay strong. This is our time to keep Jamaica moving forward. Show up labor rights.
Some days I am, some days no, but I will not give up, no I won't let go. I know God will make a way for me. Yeah. Oh, I keep troubles on the left, troubles on the right. Trusting in the world that I know I'll be alright. I know God will make a way for me. You're the God of the valley, the mountains and the sea. I will not worry. Make a way.
Alright, labor rights, you enjoy that powerful and talented young man. Yes, man, and that's the future. That we want to say. And them you say we want to say, when you look, you can say, alright. If you see a name come down on the ballot, succeed. Remember, Parliament, our councillor, we know you. We know what you can do. We know say you're there for we. You hear him talk about growth, unemployment rate gone down, and all of them something there, job creation there, hard benefit everybody where everybody can go hard. You can go, you can get a skill, you can get a trade, you go, you get something, you come out. Good. Gone are the days when the Jamaicans are going to be living in poverty or living beyond the poverty line. We are moving up in the middle class. A whole heap of space up there we can't fit. The whole we can't fit. The whole way up there can't fit. The middle class, the upper class, we can't fit up there. A whole heap of space is nice. We go up Red here. Nice. Me left from Red Hills and me go up on Norbrook. The house them. Nice. Me go in at the golden triangle. Oh God, it was golden, trust me. Nice. I tell you, man, that is what our government is doing. We do not see all of the housing projects them we are going in the country. We have one right in our backyard here in Tivoli Gardens. We have them in Hull Harbour. We have them in Portmore. And a lot of housing development. That is all because of our government, our administration. Yes, somebody from Denham Town say they have them in Denham Town. Victoria Parks. They are here, trust me. This is all because the government is working. If your tax dollars never ever go to good use, you wouldn't see them housing development there. If your tax dollars were not being utilized properly, you wouldn't see all of them housing development there. Me not go talk about the scandal with the voice note of somebody. Because I don't want to call no name, you know. Somebody from the other side. Where them leak voice note with money missing and misallocations and all of that. And they must say have a this and they must say have a that. But yet still it can't account for. We know what happened. We know what happened to the money. And we want them to come talk to you and answer the questions about the money. No, all of us want to know. We want to know because of our tax dollar pay at the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation. So we have a right to know. Under the legislation, we have a right to know what our tax dollars are being used for.
When you want to see a girl, for them to never look when you check it out, them a different person. Them now want to see a dribble like bird. Them want you live your life in a bird. Oh, we are me and your friend when we check it out, you're a different person.
Yes. Yes, no lies. The truth is there and the truth is going to be revealed. Them know what them do. And it can't hide. Because when me used to grow up, my granny used to say, what is in the dark must come to light. One way or another by the hook, are they? Yes, man. But we can't see a whole heap of when you grow the granny, you know. A lot of youths in it, we can't see we grow the granny and she teach, we right, tell you the right thing. You know. We know economic growth is happening in Jamaica. We know because we are seeing it. We know because our road and infrastructures are being fixed. We see it. We know. Our Prime Minister deems our road as a national security issue. And he's fixing them. Speak about the Spark program that our Member of Parliament did roads in our constituency and neighboring constituency. Speak about the road and infrastructure that they are fixing in St. Thomas for bridge the gap with St. Thomas and the corporate area. We know what is going on and we know we are seeing economic development and road and infrastructure. We know and we love what is going on. Alright, so at this time speaking on culture and sports, our next presenter. Youth leader, entrepreneur, community builder, a spontaneous, sentimental, independent, and innovative young lady. People of Jamaica, the girl have our own company now. Planet Yasso in our West Kingston. And she implemented Yasso in our West Kingston. Trust me. She was also the winner of the Tribal for Youths in Trinidad and Tobago on behalf of Jamaica during the COVID period. She won in Trinidad and Tobago. You know, she say a trendsetter we have up here, sir. You know, she say our youths, them a break barriers and a shatter the glass ceiling. Labor rights, listen to me now, man. Listen. Trust me, this young lady, a very outstanding young lady, a proud resident of the Midtown Division. Give me a round of applause and help me welcome Miss Shanta Osborne.
Come on, West Kingston! Things are already better. You see, the Lord is on my side. Things are already better. Things are already better. Things are already better. No matter what the valley look now. No matter what the water full of shore. Even though we're going to look far. Show our labor rights. Show our labor rights. Come no man, we don't come here for song in a man. Show our labor rights. Show our labor rights. Good evening, labor rights. Ever heard of the dreaming black girl? Today, I stand here to tell you about the achievements of Jamaica Labour Party government under the leadership of a proud daughter of West Kingston and a stalwart of our party, Minister Olivia Babsy Grange. Jamaica, a small island with a big heart, has long been recognized for its rich culture and heritage and athletic excellence or culture deeply rooted in music, dance, language, and tradition, has shaped our identity as a nation from reggae music, which has captured the world's attention, to our vibrant festivals and delectable cuisines. Under the Jamaica Labour Party government and the leadership of Minister Grange through her portfolio ministry, the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sports, the government has continued to create spaces for the arts to flourish, providing opportunities for the young and emerging artists to highlight their talent. Who for talent, me say? Who no talent? Who for talent, me say? Who for talent, me say? Come on, man. You know, see all of the painting them all over West Kingston. The arts, them in a Tivoli. Show a labor, right? Show a labor, right? The support of Jamaican heritage and culture has been further bolstered through the development of culture, tourism, inviting visitors to experience our rich music, cuisine, folklore, and the unprevailed warmth of Jamaican people. Culturally, under the Jamaica Labour Party government, there is a deeper focus on inclusivity and embracing all aspects of Jamaica's diverse history and people, embodying our very own motto, out of many, one people. In the realm of sports, Jamaica's global reputation is unprevailed. Under stewardship of Jamaica's Labour Party, we have seen significant improvements and investment in infrastructures and talent development, all aimed at securing and enhancing Jamaica's position as a sporting powerhouse. The Jamaica Labour Party government has invested into all areas of sports. People, I want you to listen to me. I'm about to state facts. Whenever you hear this, you say facts, because it is facts. We don't need to go behind doors and do anything, because the statistics are there. 45 million in grants provided to the member of Jamaica's delegation to the Paris 2024 Olympics and Paralympic Games. Facts. 100 million in grassroots development in cricket.
Facts. 12 million in supported for Sunshine Girls for the World Cup qualifiers. Facts. More than 100 special Olympic athletics now and insurance plan. Facts. Positioned Jamaica as a destination for sports, training and development. Jamaica, China, Sports Corporation Initiative, Development Fund was secured to renovate National Stadium to start this year. In conclusion, the Jamaica Labour Party government committed to sports in Jamaica is clear through infrastructures. Investment, youth development, support for diverse sports and promotion for sports, tourism. Jamaica is on the path to the future, cementing its place as a global leadership in athletics and a nation of its supporting achievements. Show our labor rights! Show our labor rights! Show our labor rights! Thank you for having me.
Nobody can say no when Jesus said yes. Nobody can say no when Jesus said yes. Nobody can say no when Jesus said yes. Nobody can say no. I'm not worried about a thing, 'cause I know you are guiding me. Where you lead me, Lord, I will go. I have no fear 'cause I know who's
Boy, West Kingston youths, I didn't lie. She's a very powerful speaker. That was the only thing I never saw coming. I was on the sideline. She just dashed me away with all the facts of the Jamaica Labour Party. She just dashed me with all of the facts. You see the $12 million in supports of Sunshine Girls. Go World Cup. Oh, enough love that. Facts. And we know that she bamboozled me with all of the facts. I'm not going to lie. Trust me. This is why I vote JLP. That is our motto of the night. And we are sticking to it. We are giving our accounts and we are giving facts on why we as youth choose to vote the Jamaica Labour Party under the leadership of Dr. Andrew Michael Holness. All right, so at this time, I want to invite a very vibrant, soulful gospel singer with a powerful and uplifting voice that captivates hearts and soul here on earth and also in heaven. Whilst I was coming down today, I popped my earpods in my ear and I hear the songwriter say, let me remember real quick. I hear the songwriter say in the intro of the song, she said, I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. Trust me, this next individual is definitely hailing from the camp of David because his vocal control and range and command of gospel music is unprofound. At this time, people, I want you to stand to your feet and give me a rousing round of applause and help me welcome Perry in Christ.
This young man not easy at all. But if you love the Lord, just put one hand in the air, people of the living God. We believe that the Lord is good. When peace like a river, before DJ play, attendeth my way. When sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever my lot, thou hast taught me to stay. It is well with West Kingston. It is well My soul, if you know it, sing it is well, it is well. And with my soul, you sing.
We're coming to you live from the lawns of Tivoli Gardens High School for this West Kingston Youth Forum. One of the special guests expected to speak this evening is the Minister of Education, Information, Skills, Youth. Have it right?
Yes,
what am I missing?
you got all of them.
Senator Dr. Dana Morris Dixon. Hello, Minister. How are you?
I am wonderful. It's good to see you.
Good to see
Good
you.
evening.
Hello, Cliff. Always
Hi.
an honor to be with you.
Good. Well, a youth forum
Yes.
at the beginning of a political season.
Yes.
Yes? Why?
Oh my gosh, I have to thank our lovely Minister Mackenzie for putting this on. I was sitting in there and I was just so happy when I heard our young people speak, because the Jamaica that we're trying to build is really a Jamaica for them. And for them to be able to articulate the policies that we have, to be able to talk to other young Jamaicans about what we have done is really what it's all about. And I sat there and I looked at these young people who, some of them I've met, some I hadn't met before. They're from this constituency. They may not have gone to the top schools in Jamaica, but you heard them up there. You heard them articulate. You heard them knowing the issues and being able to put them in language that young people could grasp. I was just so happy for them, and that's what we need. It's not always about us telling the story of what the government has done and what the party has done. It is also for others who have been affected by it, and especially tonight, the young people who are going to be the ones to take over the party and are going to be the ones in government one day saying, yes, this is why we support the party. It's a fabulous thing.
The feedback I'm getting so far, Minister, from listeners, that this is unusual.
Yes.
That you're not seeing the party elders, the senior ministers dominating what essentially is a rally.
Yes.
You're hearing from young people. Talk to me. You said that you thought it was important for young people to talk to young people about. Say some more about that strategy. Because I don't think I've ever seen this done on either side of the political divide.
No, and this is why you have people like Desmond Mackenzie, and you tip your hat to him, because he conceptualized this and he has put it together, and he's done a fantastic job in doing this. And we have to do things different. And that's what we are saying as a party, that we've had success. We think we've done really well in government, but we also have to communicate maybe differently, to do it in different forms, reach different audiences. And so tonight is an example of a party that's not stuck in one way of doing things, but it's a party that's dynamic. And one of the things we also see is that we have a huge bench coming up, a really very capable bench, because for something like this to be done, and for the young people who worked in creating it to do something as fantastic as this that your audience is reacting so well to, also says a lot about the party and the future of the party. But this, you're going to see more innovation.
How crucial as you enter the political season is that youth vote?
It is always important. It's an important component, and we have to talk to them, and they have to understand what we have done. And the thing is that a lot of the young people, they don't remember the 18 years of what he called poverty inside. They don't remember the poverty. They don't remember the mismanagement of the economy. They don't have that knowledge. They know, I mean, from when they became at an age where they could understand what's going on, they would have seen lowering debt. They would have seen lowering unemployment. They would have seen all these lovely things, and they will take it for granted. And so I think it's really fantastic for us to be able to communicate to these young people, to remind them that this is actually a golden period for Jamaica that we've not seen, and then also for them to also articulate where they want the country to go, because that's another part of it. Because for me, I'm listening to them. I want to hear what they want for the future, because it's that that we have to deliver on. It's not what I want or what the members of the party want. It's what does Jamaica look like for these young people. That's what we need to build. And so it's an opportunity for us to listen to them, and I think it's a beautiful opportunity for them to tell the story to others who may not have experienced some of the issues we had in the past.
Go ahead.
You made a decision to leave your comfortable job in the private sector.
Yeah.
You know, the education minister, difficult portfolio. You also have the information portfolio, which means that you are sometimes the first point of contact, and that puts you in the line of fire. Talk to us about why you thought that was so important. Because some people would say, boy, I can't bother. Can't bother with the politics. Can't bother with the rough and tumble. Why did you decide to accept the invitation?
I decided because of our Prime Minister, Andrew Holness. I believed in his vision. He was able to articulate a vision for Jamaica that I absolutely believed in. I didn't expect him to ask me to serve. But when he did, it would have been very difficult to say no to assisting someone who had a real vision of where Jamaica could go and someone who I thought would work hard to really get there. And so it was easy for me to say yes. You know, sometimes you look back and you think about, you know, what would have been different, how would life be different. My children would not complain so much about me not being home at night. But I think it was the right decision. I know that. I know that deeply it was the right decision, because sometimes in life you are asked to do difficult things and make difficult decisions, but you do them not for yourself, but because you have this sense of serving. And the way I could serve was to say to Andrew Holness, how do you need me to help? Whatever you need, I will do it. I will support you, because I see that what you are doing and the path you're on is the right path for our country. So for whatever time I am there to help him to reach that vision. He's asked me to do it in digital transformation first, and I did that. Now he's asked me to do it in education, and I do it. I know it may be a difficult portfolio, but there are many difficult things in life, and I think this is one that's worth your time and your energy, fixing the education system. So I don't look back thinking that this is a wrong decision. This is the most perfect decision I could have made, because we have a great Prime Minister, and I think he has done some fantastic things. And any of us that can help, and I say that to everybody in Jamaica, any way you can help in any way, I think you should. You should get behind this man with a real vision for taking Jamaica forward.
He's into his 9th year
Yes.
as Prime Minister. Yes? And after time in politics, people can grow fatigued with you. Yeah? What do you think is the real threat to the Labour Party not getting a third term?
I think it would be maybe inertia on the part of the voting public. You know, we need to, it's been good for a long time. We've gotten good numbers. And the reality is that there are a lot of people who are still suffering in our country. And 9 years isn't enough to fix the problems. That's the reality. A lot of work has been done, but there's still a lot of work to do. And some people may look at the work to do and forget the work that had to be done to even get us to this point where we can even talk about some of the nicer to-dos. And I think that is a struggle. And you know, a third term is hard.
Right.
Anywhere in the world, a third term is hard. It's easy to say, okay, let me give someone else a chance. But in Jamaica, we have to be quite astute, because we know where we are coming from. We know how difficult it's been to get to this point. And I think when we're looking at our choices, we have to look at who has been able to deliver. Because throughout our history, people have said, I'm going to do this. But do they do it? And I think with this party, you actually see that. And with this leader, he's been able to do it. So obviously with our third term, it's always going to be hard. So we're going to have to do fora like this that we're having in terms of the Youth Forum, communicating it in different ways. But it still doesn't take away from the fact that we deeply believe that the way forward for Jamaica, the continued way forward for Jamaica, is with Andrew Holness as the leader.
It sounds like you're saying one of the things that you think distinguishes the Holness government from the opposition is actual implementation.
Yes, without doubt. Without doubt, everything, when you think about the long list of successes, it has not just been talk. And for a long time in politics, it was talk. And remember, things were always on the runway. I remember when I was in government many years ago, before I went to private sector, and I used to write speeches for ministers. I used to be writing about the runway, things on the runway, and then just never took off.
Yeah.
But in this administration, you've seen that. I mean, it is so amazing when I look at last year and Hurricane Beryl, and we didn't have to go and run to borrow any money in order to give all those individuals the grants to fix their houses. We didn't have to run and borrow money for the agricultural sector to help them to rebuild. These are things we've never been able to say or do in our history. And so it is fantastic. And so for me, I'm in awe of what we've been able to do. And I'm so proud of our country that we've been able to do this. But there's a lot more to do. We have too many people who are still poor. We have situations in our country that we have to fix. So the work isn't over. And I would say to Jamaica, you have to choose the government that you think can actually, or you know, is actually not just a bag of mouth and is actually going to be able to implement what it says it's going to do. And we have that track record.
Let me talk to you a little bit about implementation in the context of education. Because as we agreed, difficult portfolio.
Yes.
With deeply entrenched and vested interests in that sector, and you're going to come up against them. You know the Patterson report well. You sat on the commission. How do you tackle that? So you break down what we've seen over the years, sometimes resistance almost to the push for change and reform in education.
Yes, and there will be. Change is difficult. Any kind of change is going to be difficult. The good thing is that we've not just put the report on our shelf. That was the real concern for me. There are many things in the report. There are 365 recommendations. That's a lot.
Yeah.
And so what we've done is to actually do a website that has all 365, that says where we are with every single one of the 365. And if we're at 0, it says 0. Because that's another thing. Sometimes we don't like to tell the truth, even when it's difficult. So any Jamaican can go on that website, the Trend website, and see where we are with different initiatives. That's a level of accountability that we don't usually see. And then we are prioritizing certain things. One of the things we wrote about was the Jamaica Teaching Council bill, in order to professionalize the teaching profession. That is coming in a matter of weeks to Parliament. That's been a long time talked about, and that's finally going to come, and that's one of the recommendations. The recommendations also spoke about how we choose boards, because we know that schools that do well tend to have good leadership at the board level and at the principal level. And so we're actually finalizing new standards for boards, which is a part of the recommendation of the Patterson report. And we're also looking at new criteria around the appointment of principals. And so you're actually seeing things from the report being taken on board and us treating with. And this new thrust towards literacy, because that's another one. For a long time we've been having these issues with literacy, and we've not fixed it. Why does a child leave primary school unable to read? That's not acceptable. Why does a child leave secondary school unable to read? That's even worse, unacceptable. And so we have to fix it. And so what it means is that we're going to have to divert some of our resources and just target it. We have to target it. These children who just get moved along, it's not in their interest. It's not in our country's interest, and we have to do it. And that was something from the Patterson report too.
What about accountability for teachers, where the results aren't what we expect for the spend? I think our parliamentary reporter told us something like $180 billion this year for education.
Yes,
we're not getting the returns.
Yes.
How do we ensure that accountability is there from the perspective of the teachers?
And it's not just the teachers. It's accountability throughout the entire system. It's accountability for me. You have to start at the very top, right? What I say I'm going to do, I need to do it. It's the same thing that I would need accountability from my boards, and I'd need accountability from our teachers and our parents too. Because the reality is that as I have looked at our schools more and more, it's a very complex situation when we talk about accountability. When I have children who go to school hungry, they're not in a mode of learning. I have to accept that and understand that and make sure I fix that. So there are certain things I need to fix before I even start talking about accountability in terms of the results. I need to make sure that there is proper nutrition. I need to make sure the technology is in the classrooms. And one of the key things is, you know it, and we shouldn't hide from it. At some schools, you have really, really great teachers. And at other schools, they're maybe not as great as at those schools. So there's a disparity already in relation to outcomes, because just by that. But guess what? You can use technology to change that. You can use it, and that's what we're trying to do in our education system now. When you go into many of our schools, you see these big screens and televisions, and you know why? Because they are now linking with other schools who may have better teachers, or even with the teaching colleges that have experts, and being able to deal with that in that manner, to be able to close that gap. So there are a lot of things I need to put in place, but accountability throughout the system is very important.
They want her inside.
Okay, all right.
Well, will you be a candidate in the upcoming election?
I do not plan to.
Okay.
Senator Dr. Dana Morris Nixon, the country's Minister of Education, Skills, Youth and Information. They want her inside. So
thank you, Dr. Morris.
Thank you so much. We're going to throw to the podium.
G2K Massive, big and large, Young Jamaica. The young cores of West Kingston were looking good this evening, right? 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 I see my bishop in the farm, I see them, I see my church in the farm. Give it up for the church, because West Kingston is a God-fearing constituency. Give it up for the church. All right. This evening we have a right. And to all of those who are joining us live on the different platform, big up on yourself. As a young Jamaican this evening, I stand before you with a heart full of hope and vision for a future of a beautiful country. Community development is not just about infrastructure, but it's about people, opportunities, and creating a Jamaica where everyone can strive. The Jamaica Labour Party have been committed to building strong, prosperous, and self-sufficient communities across Jamaica. We recognize that the strength of our nation lies within our communities, and it is our duty to implement policies that will empower our people. Driven economic growth and foster cohesion. Let's talk about how economic empowerment is a pillar of community development. This Jamaica Labour Party administration had introduced tax reforms such as reverse tax credit and increased exemption for pensioners to ease the financial burden and stimulate the economic activity. The JLP is supporting small businesses and encouraging investment. The government is ensuring that every Jamaican have access opportunity to building wealth and uplift their communities. However, the government policies alone are not enough. True community development is a requirement. Active participation of every Jamaican. We, the young people of West Kingston, and by great extension Jamaica, must foster a culture of unity, volunteerism, and civic responsibility. We need to work together. We can create vibrant, self-resilient community where opportunities is accessible to all. No young person should have to live in fear or be denied opportunities because of crime and violence. The Jamaica Labour Party government has invested in community policing, social intervention program, and crime prevention strategies, which will help to create a safer space where we can learn, work, grow without fear. West Kingston future is bright, and as young leaders of tomorrow, we must seize every opportunity to contribute to the progress and make Jamaica a place of choice to live, work, do business, and raise families. Shower labor rights. You see, as the theme of this evening forum is saying why I vote labor right. You see, as a young youth growing up in West Kingston, I could recall when our member of parliament, at the time he was just a councillor for the Tibble Garden Division and vice chair of the constituency. So he would advocate on many issues that is plaguing the constituency. And you see, I remember when I was a boy, Pink and Chestnut Lane did have a long-standing sewer issue. But when this government came into office, the long-standing issue was whenever the people there flush, it would be from the bowl to the street. But this government came into office, and when they came into office, they invest over some $20 million. And today, Pink and Chestnut Lane, when they flush it from the bowl to the stream, this is why I vote Labour right. When you talk about police station across West Kingston, over some $16 million invest by this administration and our member of parliament. This is why I vote Labour right. How can you talk about community development and not talk about with children them? This member of parliament under this administration, over the past 5 years, has spent over some 25 million, benefiting over some 3,000 youngsters every summer across the constituency. This is why I vote Labour right. When you talk about waste management, I'm talking about putting in the proper amenities so persons can dispose them garbage in a proper way, and that is will be conducive and cause no harm to health. Then I'm talking about over some $50 million being spent. This is why I vote Labour right. When you talk about parks and green space, for the past 5 years, over some $25 million spent to put in the necessary facilities so persons can go and recreate in a fine style. Then I'm saying this is why I vote Labour right. When you talk about enterprise development grants, over some $30 million been spent over the past 5 years to develop small businesses. This is why I vote Labour right. Talk about community cleanup and environmental warden, putting people to work, make them understand that cleanliness is next to godliness. This is why I vote Labour right. When you talk about zinc fence removal, look all over the constituency. Who knew West Kingston back then? We full of shock and tack and zinc fence. But today, because of this administration and the implementation of taking down zinc fence, we have spent over some $70 million over the past 5 years. This is why I vote Labour right. And when you talk about the brainchild of the Prime Minister, we're talking about social housing. When you look across West Kingston, houses going up left, right, and center. So OPM people come chat to it. This is why. And I say when you talk about safe passages, we're talking about a safe route created so children can pedest to and from school. Then you talk about some tune of some $25 million being spent putting in guardrail, putting in mirrors so children can feel safe walking to and from school. This is why I vote Labour right. Then Labour right this evening, as we look around inside the Edward Seaga Auditorium, make we ask ourselves the question, is there a other like the Jamaica Labour Party? Is there a other like the Jamaica Labour Party? Is there a other like the Jamaica Labour Party? This evening I'm sending warning to the other side that West Kingston youths is active and strong with the Jamaica Labour Party and our Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Andrew Les. West Kingston youths are active and strong with our member Party. Sour labor rights.
Things are already better. Things are already better. For the Lord is on my side. Things are already better. 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 You see, the Lord is on our side. Things are already better.
Boy, champion, me no know the political volcano you go erupt now, man. Me no know where you starting. Me no know how. Me no know what to do now, you know, to compete with that such power and vigor. You can see experience and years show 15 years we never alive. No, what am I do? And him know what am I talk about when it comes on to our Jamaica Labour Party. No. Labour rights, how do you feel? Good, me like it. Me love the spirit, me love the energy because of we that, you know. Them know we have the power bank, you know. Them know we bring energy, you know. Any conference we go, we can lock down that, you know. Any era council meeting, we can lock down that, you know. We know. Alright, so at this time, I'm going to invite the president of Young Jamaica, Rowan Walsh, to give us greetings.
Shower labor rights. I'm sure everybody know the good morning labor right, but go try something different tonight. Good night labor rights. Shower. I bring greetings on behalf of Young Jamaica, the most active, the most powerful youth group in the Caribbean. Shower labor rights. This organization that I represent is an organization that was started from the bellies of West Kingston by the most honorable Edward Philip George Seaga. This is why I vote for the Labour Party. Labour rights, I'm going to be quick, but I'm going to say this. When you look at the development in Jamaica that is going on right now, when you look around the country and you see the development, this is why we vote for the Labour Party. When you look at education, the investment, let me just say this. There is no other administration in the history of this country that has invested more money into education than the Andrew Holness-led Labour Party. This is why we say we vote for the Labour Party. So Labour rights, when we go in our communities and in our districts and so forth, it is our responsibility to tell people why we vote for the Labour Party, why we support the Labour Party. And tonight, right here in West Kingston, this gathering is a testament of the work of your Member of Parliament. It's a testament of the work of the young people in West Kingston. And I salute all of them, Member of Parliament and the young people here. Shower Labour rights. Good night, Labour rights.
And then you do the stir fry. Twist your foot and then you do the stir fry. Spin your hand and then you do the stir fry. And if you talk, then you are going to get why. Then you back and then you do the stir fry. Twist your foot and then you do the stir fry. When you're real, but you're fine, do the stir fry. And if you talk, then you are going to get why. Squeegee when you are walk past them. Can't catch a dance and you have a problem. Fresh like vegetable that I'm at them. The man and no friend, you see a hypocrite them.
Thank you for that, President of Young Jamaica. Boy, I know me that go enjoy myself, but me never know say. To this extent, you see me lost for words. That's all I can say. I'm lost. Trust me. I knew I was going to enjoy myself, but not to this extent. I love it here. I love it on this side. The grass is definitely greener on the other side. And academia, youth leader and woman advocate, describes our next speaker. An honorable, whimsical, wise, and witty with her words is words I use to describe her. Unprofound individual, an advocate for women and youths in the constituency, a lover for the party as myself, and a strong supporter of our vision. A joyful resident of the Fletcher's Land Division. So you see how far she come from? Our constituency. The youths are involved in all divisions of West Kingston. She is also the regional youth parliamentarian representing Jamaica, representing on climate justice. So me I tell you, say, the people, them, the young people them we have in a young Jamaica, in our corner, them are shatter glass ceilings. They are knocking down all the doors. And if the door them too heavy, we're going to take the windows. Here to speak on political history in our division here in Western Kingston. Give me a round of applause and help me welcome Miss Unique Plummer.
Go on with it, go on with it. So we are coming here with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reaping, we coursing on full. Oh, in a rise and boast.
Yes, sir, prosperity start.
We have to give thanks that we really supposed to.
Show our labor rights. So before we jump into the history class, the history of West Kingston politics, I would like to send greetings to my wonderful Member of Parliament, Mr. Desmond Mackenzie, our beautiful Minister of Education, Miss Dana Morrison-Dixon, our Councillor for the Tivoli Gardens Division, Councillor Samuels, Shower, and to our hard-working constituency exec. Greetings to the future leaders of Jamaica. It is an absolute honor to stand before you today as a young person with a deep interest in the politics of our beloved West Kingston. Our constituency has a rich political history. Let us use this time to reflect on that history. West Kingston, our beloved, vibrant, yet often misunderstood constituency, has a history that runs deep. It is a history filled with struggle, resilience, and the unshakable spirit of our people. It has a history that has been significantly defined by the Jamaica Labour Party. So let me take you on a journey of development, leadership, and the changes that have shaped West Kingston from what it was to what it is today. So to understand the political history of West Kingston, we must first look to one of the greatest minds to ever emerge from our country, our first national hero, Marcus Garvey. Garvey served as a councillor for formerly known as Smith Villa, now Denham Town. His vision of self-determination, economic empowerment, and social justice inspired generations of Jamaicans, including those of us in West Kingston. Garvey inspired our forefathers to reject oppression and to fight for our rightful place in society. When Sir Alexander Bustamante took up the mantle of leadership, serving as the first MP for West Kingston, he embodied the dreams of the working class Jamaicans. In 1943, Sir Alexander Bustamante formed the Jamaica Labour Party. It was driven by his belief in freedom and social justice. He understood the pain and the poverty the people of West Kingston were facing, lack of decent housing, and the neglect. He believed in the potential of our people and built the party that gave a voice to the voiceless. He fought for equal opportunities for us in West Kingston. And this we are talking about. When we sing our party anthem, I will say,
equal rights and justice is our everlasting song.
Equal rights and equal opportunities for us in West Kingston. So weird people, who never know say two national heroes that emerged from our constituency. Young people,
Bustamante, Marcus Garvey, two national heroes coming from this place. Now, let us talk about someone who forever changed the face of West Kingston. None other than the most honorable Edward Philip George Seaga. Under Seaga's leadership, West Kingston saw some of the most innovative urban development in Jamaica. You know, back in the day, West Kingston was a constituency of overcrowded, informal settlements with homes that didn't even have basic amenities like electricity or running water. But then came Seaga and things began to change. Tivoli Gardens, one of the most famous communities in West Kingston, was born out of Seaga's vision. He saw that the people of West Kingston deserved more than just basic housing. They deserved a modern, self-sustaining community. Seaga built public housing, schools, health centers, and provided modern infrastructures like paved roads and access to utilities. He was a man who understood that development and progress were key to empowering people. He created a platform. For the working class to thrive, and his vision lives in many successful communities he helped to build. Mr. Seaga's policies did not just change West Kingston, they revolutionized Jamaica. Now, for our beloved Bruce Golding, another JLP stalwart who took the mantle after Seaga. Bruce's time as Prime Minister may have been short-lived. However, his influence in West Kingston and Jamaica will not be underestimated. Under Bruce Golding, we saw a leadership that showed Jamaica that the JLP would always create an economically viable Jamaica. And he recognized that West Kingston could be a key part of Jamaica's future. So yes, West Kingston will produce Sir Alexander Bustamante, the most honorable Edward Seaga, Hugh Shearer, and Bruce Golding. We produce 4 prime ministers. Where else in the country you go and find that? Nowhere. So, young people of West Kingston, never you believe that where you are from is less. Because greatness been a going down here and greatness still a going down here. So now, we reach current day, my time. We reach at the boss for every boss. Mr. Mackenzie, our current MP. From the very start of his political career, Mr. Mackenzie was recognized for his hands-on approach to leadership. He's well known for his ability to connect with his constituencies on a personal level. He listens to our concerns and finds practical ways to address our needs. His reputation as someone who genuinely cares about West Kingston is one of the key reasons why he's enjoyed sustained popularity and support in this area. One of Mr. Mackenzie's hallmark achievements has been his focus on improving infrastructure in West Kingston. As a member of parliament, he has spearheaded multiple initiatives to improve water supply, electricity, road networks, and public spaces. Under his leadership, Fletcher's Land, Hannahtown, Denhamtown, Tivoli Gardens, and surrounding areas in West Kingston have seen significant upgrades in infrastructure. His leadership in community development has made West Kingston a model of how targeted political action can transform a constituency. Mr. Mackenzie has always been at the forefront ensuring that West Kingston residents receive the assistance they need when they are in need. He is not just a politician, he is a transformative leader who understands that true progress comes from working with the people and not just for the people. Desmond Mackenzie embodies the spirit of West Kingston. I vote Jamaica Labour Party because we are the party of progress. We have a history of building not just houses, but economies, communities, and futures. We have a history of developing areas just like West Kingston, and we will continue to do so, ensuring that no one is left behind. With Desmond Mackenzie in West Kingston and the JLP's commitment to infrastructure, education, and economic development, the future of West Kingston is brighter than ever. This future did not come with empty promises. It came with the JLP's commitment to real change. The future of West Kingston is bright. Let us continue to work together to build a constituency that is not only known for its history, but also for its innovation, progress, and unity. So young people of West Kingston and the wider Jamaica, the choice is yours. Do you want to continue the path of development, progress, and empowerment that the JLP has laid down? As young people, we must recognize the role that politics plays in shaping our future. The future is in your hands. Let us build Jamaica together. Show our labor rights.
Blessings all for my life and I thank God for the journey, the earnings are just for the plus. Gratitude is a must. Blessings fall by my right hand, but I toast for the friends that take off every load. One time did sit down in a class and we bored, then only said the road and we go on with the road. Third form, me say me try a thing, and you know it formed up to be a fire thing. Now up on stage with chronic, say I sing, yeah, see me all dig it soon, get it higher.
West Kingston, you see how far we are come from politically. You see how strong we are come from politically. You see all of the accolades we have politically. How we do that, you know? West Kingston is the only constituency where our member of parliament ascend to prime minister. You hear the historian over there say it? 4 times. Our member of parliament here in West Kingston took offices of the prime minister. So I'm not joking, we are joking when we come on to politics. And a joke we are joking when we say we are going out there and we are going to make a change in Jamaica. We did it with Mr. Siaga. We know the work we're inputting. Continued by Bruce Golding. And we know the work we're inputting. And now Mr. Mackenzie is doing it right now. And we see it, we feel it, and we know it. Alright, so at this time we're going to invite our next act. An energetic creator, blending intoxicating dance moves with soulful singing, effortlessly commanding music. One time again, guys, I want you to give me a rousing round of applause and help me welcome Perry in Christ.
Thank you, moderator. You know, I like to start it off with some of the old songs. Create in me a clean heart, O Lord, and renew a right spirit within me. Create in me a clean heart, O Lord, and renew a right spirit within me. If you know this part, sing, cast me not away from thy presence, O Lord, and take not thine Holy Spirit from me.
All right, we are coming to you from the Tivoli Gardens Comprehensive High School here in West Kingston, and we're going to be talking with 2 gentlemen from the Tivoli Mural Project. Yes, it's a social enterprise, and it's fascinating what they're doing. They were telling me, using art to deal with the trauma the residents of Tivoli have had over the years. Of course, the most traumatic being 2010 with the so-called Tivoli incursion, which left up to 70 people dead, and we're not even sure of the number. But the community has been suffering from that, people in the community. And they have come up with what they're calling the Tivoli Mural Project. And the directors, O'Neill Coke and Micah Tafari. Right? So tell me, O'Neill, about the genesis of this and how it has grown.
Yeah, first I must say welcome to our community.
You're welcome.
And thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. So our journey started 2 years ago. Actually, maybe like 4 years ago. But 2 years was when we actually made the actual move to start. For some time, we are an active group within the community. So we started out after 2010, immediately 2011, we formed a reading club, which was the Rasta City Reading Club. So during the reading club, we found ways how we could, on weekends, we will have the kids, especially the young ones, up to high school. So Friday was our day where we help with any kind of school-oriented. Saturday was our creative day, and Sunday was our film nights. So on Saturday we have them and build the things that we used to use as youth.
Yeah.
And Sunday was the night now where we show them films.
Yes.
With people like themselves.
Yes.
With myself actually going to film school, I found it as a way how I could incorporate back that in my community. And fast forward to 3-4 years ago, we meet a virgin through our next virgin. He's actually a painter, and he was like, yo, you might tell him them out in the town, and you might tell him virgin, say, yo, me that love for paint something over Tivoli, And the virgin I say, so link up with Coco them, man, because I'm now of the reading club and the journey and things. So the first time we meet up with him and him show what him do. And we explain to him how we envision the space and how the direction we see the community going. And him is like, Dada, we're going to make it tough. Yeah, man. And from that, we never know how we're going to start, how we're going. And we just decided to move. And when we link up Virgin and say, we're perfect, start paint up the place. A man say, yeah, a man give 10,000, a man send a bucket of paint. And we weren't even, I think at the time he was saying something like, the budget, the minimal thing, where we think we could actually start something. Cause it was something like a 300,000.
Yes.
And to tell you the truth, Mr. Hughes, we never raised nothing near it.
Yes.
But we still was marveled by the collective effort.
Right.
You did have some artists bridging from outside of the community, and when we start to realize that we are honoring the artists from inside the community. And when you look, it was like I think 15 or 16 of us as artists work on the first phase. Along with the residents and the kids, it was just a blast. It was like a breath of fresh air.
So you were building from nothing until you get to a group of 15, 16 artists, painters.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
And we have a few of the paintings we're going to put up online so you can have a look at some of the work. And you were showing me and Dana some of this stuff.
Yeah, man.
You sure you're all not professional painters?
Well, alright. So the project, a lot of persons know, but we think still not enough persons, especially our local persons.
Yeah.
Because we are from a space that has a history.
Right.
Like any other community, any other space.
A turbulent history.
What we'll find out is that persons from far and wide is able to have this experience. Maybe they can educate them, Mr. Hughes, about what really are going on Tivoli, because they take the time out, In a minute, I think Micah will help us share how the project has grown.
Right.
Because as I said, this is something 2 years, we're approaching our third year, and it's even surprising.
Well, let me bring in Micah. How has it grown in these 3 years?
Give thanks to have us, man.
Good.
It has grown, and it is in Tivoli Gardens, right? However, to us, it's really a contribution to the nation as well. Because the thing is that the young people who were in Tivoli Gardens at the time, let's say they were 10 years old.
Yes.
15 years on, they're 25 right now. Big adults impacting the country, a part of the workforce. You know, so it's like, imagine another child who was 2, you know, they're 17 now, who experienced that. So it's really a contribution to even just a small section of the nation, because it's something that is so needed all across.
But tell me, Micah and O'Neill, how have you been able to observe the positive impact of the painting, the art? Have you seen any observable difference in behavior, attitude?
Well, first we'd like to invite you.
Okay.
So we'd love to invite you to,
Yes.
you know, you can also get the chance. That means, you know, we may give you a bias.
No, that's fine. You tell me.
And just to throw in our 2 cents is part of the reason we help keep me and I maybe can talk for the group of individuals, you know, is the impact what we see it really have. You know? So like Micah said, if we start out based on the stories what we would have observed.
Well, tell me a couple of those stories.
Like somebody just mad. You know, people living close, people tend to have arguments.
Yeah.
And this was when we just done paint the first section. And you see the person never even saw us. But he was just marching through and a curse. And we realized like him go up at the top and him just see who him a curse. And him a come back. And just the whole zone. I see the youth start ball.
Oh.
And him, when him hold up, he made him see me just come over and him attack and me I say, oh, I see it. And the more me and him just there talking at the early morning, it's like him leave right in the space with a different vibe. And that did personal for me as somebody from the outskirts looking in, you know?
Right.
Yeah, even the security forces realize that they operate differently when they are in a nicer space.
Yes.
And part of our thing is, you wake up in a nice space is a start for you to think of in a nice way, you know?
Yeah.
So as Michael was saying, we always try to see how we can impact with nation.
Right.
So
how many murals you have now painted over the last 3 years?
December we painted 50. We started out with 16, then we had 22. So
Hold on. In the month of December you painted
50. Yeah, 50.
Wow.
In 4 days.
Yes. And you have a total of how many now?
So it's 50 and it's like 80 odd, maybe 85.
Wow. And these are all across Tivoli?
Yeah, we don't reach the entire community because our community is an extensive one.
Yeah.
You know? And we are a percentage of it. I really don't want to say half because the residents every time they say, Coco, we didn't reach one of my part, you know? Because it becomes a part of their pride and joy.
Yeah.
Anytime a man feel good, they dress up.
Yeah.
There is where you take a picture, somebody come link, you know, you have something for sure.
I'm going to give the last word to Micah.
Yeah.
For you, what this has meant for you as a resident of Tivoli?
And again, I'm going to bring it to the nation because it's important, because we're all interacting, and when Jamaica look bad internationally, nobody not going to say Jamaica look bad, but Mr. Hughes was doing all right. They're going to say that Jamaica. They're not going to say that, oh, you know, Jamaica look bad, but there are these little people over there doing good. So we really see it as a way how, just our small contribution to show a way of how in communities like these, in places like these, that a positive impact can be had and that it can spread. You know,
I'm going to take up your invitation. I have to come down there to see these murals. Yes?
Maybe you should even try one of these outside broadcasts.
Ah.
We've been able in the past to
You're the
facilitate.
ideator, you know. I can see that.
Yeah, we
Thank you.
facilitate people like yourself in the past. So
Very well.
it will be a good idea.
Very well. O'Neill
Yeah,
Cook
yeah,
and Micah Tafari. Tafari or Tafari?
Anyone you choose.
Directors of the Tivoli Mural Project. Thanks, gentlemen. And this is good. This is good.
Give thanks. Man.
Good, good. We're going to go to the platform now where Dr. Dana Morris Dixon, the Education Minister, is addressing the forum.
And these young people, they went to schools in this area. They went to Tivoli Gardens High. The Gustats not too far away. They are from here. And they're sounding like that and articulate like that. And I say Jamaica talent, they're everywhere. Our entire country is full of talent. And that's what our role is as government. It's really to unleash that talent. And I want to talk to you about when I was closer to your age. When I was 18 years old. And I was 18 in 1998. So you can guess how old I am. Those who are good at maths can figure out how old I am. No. But when I was 18, I went to the University of the West Indies. And as Kevin was giving some of his anecdotes and he was talking about who grew with their grandmother, I am one of them. I grew with my grandmother. And so I sometimes sound old when I speak because of that. But I wanted to go to university. University is not cheap. And my family, at that time, it was a difficult time for my family. And so I had to get a student loan. And so you have to go find somebody who willing to sign. And in that day, it was 2 people you had to find to sign for your student loan. So no matter how smart I may have been or perceived to have been, it was a struggle having to go to university. And I had to find 2 people to sign the paper. And at that time, it wasn't just signing the paper. They wanted to see that you had assets. So one of the persons had to take the copy of her house title to the Student Loan Bureau in order for me to go to university. I was lucky that I had somebody who was willing to do that. But she said I can only do it for 1 year. I'm not doing it 2nd year and 3rd year, and you is 3 years. And so I had to figure it out. I had to do well. And I had to get scholarships so that I could finish my degree. And a lot of people, when I was there, dropped out because they never had the money and they never had anybody who could guarantee their loan. And so I know when you are looking at Jamaica today, you see a different landscape. But I don't want you to ever forget what we have gone through as a country. Young people, 18-year-olds, my time, were worried about whether or not they were going to really be able to get through their university studies. And even if they could get the student loan, which was right there waiting for you, they never know anybody that was willing to go through all of that. And it is your government, your Jamaica Labour Party-led government that makes an 18-year-old who, like me, want to go to university but don't know nobody, be able to get up and go without any guarantee. It's your party did that. Your party. And so you have to stand tall and stand proud. When I was 18 years old, unemployment rate was 15.5%. That is in 1998. So that's when I went to university. I thought Jamaica was always going to be poor. We were always going to be in, as Kevin said, poverty. But we had a change eventually, which you are living through. You are living through that change. When you see 3.5% unemployment, that was unheard of. That was unheard of. I know when I was 18 years old and a youth just like you. So don't take it for granted. We can't take any of that for granted. And if you look at it, too,
There was no hurricane at that year. Things were okay in terms of some of the climate issues we have. We didn't have it as deeply at that time. And I was looking at inflation at that time in September 1998 when I went to UWI. It was 6.2%. Today, even in September 2024, even with Raphael and all of the damage Raphael did to our agricultural sector and pushing prices up, we were at 2.8% inflation in 2024. We have to acknowledge the difference between then and now, and we've done a lot. The Jamaica Labour Party has done a lot. And if we go to education and training, which is my portfolio, there is so much that has been done so that every young person who wants to, who aspires to be something in life, can be it. So if you want to go to university, we didn't just get rid of the guarantors, which is a big deal for a lot of people. We also have put in more scholarships. Every member of parliament in Jamaica, all 63 of them, got $3 million last year to give grants to students. All of them, every single one of them. And then we also have STEM scholarships. We put $1 billion, not million, $1 billion into STEM scholarships. Why would your government do that? And for all you young people here, it's important because we understand that the world is changing. The world is changing. And the jobs of the future don't look like the jobs that we have now. And so we have to equip you for the future. And so when we do these STEM scholarships, it's because we understand that we want you to be rich. And in order to be rich, you need to have training in the areas where the richness is going to come from. And that's why we have $1 billion in STEM scholarships. So those who want to science and technology or anything like that, or engineering, those scholarships are there for you. We also understood, and I heard it perfectly put this evening when you were talking about health, and I think it was Shikara was talking about health earlier. When she talked about all of the hospitals and all of the work being done to fix our healthcare sector. We're getting Cornwall fixed. It's going to open later this year. We're getting the Western Children Hospital. We've not gotten hospitals in forever. Jamaica has not built any, but we're building them. But guess what? We don't just build a hospital. We say we're going to need people to put in the hospital, to work in the hospital. So we put together $2.5 billion, and we have 670 scholarships for people who want to work in healthcare. This is a government that is understanding the future and understanding that you need to be there. And that's why we're doing what we're doing. And there are other scholarships. We have scholarships in construction. Everywhere you turn in Jamaica, you see buildings going up. Everywhere you see the prosperity all over the country. And we need people skilled in construction. And so we have $100 million every year in scholarships for construction. So if you want to go and study construction management or anything in relation to construction, we have scholarships for you. Nobody else had this in the past. And let me talk a little bit about even agricultural scholarships. We have those too. We have entrepreneurial support. And so we're also looking in Heart. Heart has changed itself. You heard it. No fees for Heart. Anybody who wants to go to Heart can go. And I say to all of you young people, as you walk around the country, talk to the other young people. Tell them there are opportunities there for them. Tell them there's a government that cares for them. They can go to Heart free of cost. No cost to them. And we did that because we understand that everybody needs a chance. And if you look in the world, you know, young people, when you look around, the most demanded jobs are skill jobs. When you look in America, you look in Canada, you look in Europe, where are the shortages? The shortages are in the skills area. There's a shortage of plumbers, electricians. All of those jobs are shortages globally. In our own hotel sector, they want more of this. There are high-paying jobs out there. And that's why we made Heart free, not because we just wanted it as a gimmick, but it's because we want you to be rich. That is why we made it free. And so, we didn't just stop there and make it free. Because we understand that some of you don't want to work for anybody. You want to work for yourself. And I hear it all the time from our young people. I don't want to work for nobody. And so what we did at Heart is that if you finish level 4, without any question asked, we take up $50,000 and give you and say, here, this is to help you to start your business. It don't matter what you studied at Heart, as long as you finish level 4. And then if you're on path, or you're a ward of the state, we give you $75,000 to say, start your little business. We also give each person who wants to start something at Heart, after they finish, a $100,000 grant in addition to that. So this is a government that is trying its best to meet you where you are, because we believe in all of our young people. If we look again at some of the other things we're doing in terms of workforce development, we had the LIFT program, which we're so proud of, where we took 500 young people from around Jamaica. And these are young children who did well in school. Them have 5 CXCs. And what did we do? We brought them in. We taught them how to go into the work world, because not all of them came from families where you had people who were maybe professionals. And we have to understand that, and we have to help them. And so we brought them in, and we get all their documents for them. Get them passport, because we know they're going to be traveling at some point. We also give them their driver's license as a part of this program. Why? Because we know that when you come from a poor family, you often don't get some of the doors opened for you, and you don't get some of the privilege that the others get. And so we feel it's important to level the playing field. And so it don't matter if you're rich or you're poor, you're going to get your driver's license. You're going to have your passport. You're going to have your TRN. You're going to have all those documents, because you're going to drive a car. We know that. We know that. And so we believe in our young people, and we did that. And then we give them work experience. And we pay them while they're getting their work experience. We give them $85,000 a month. And we say, here, go into these areas. We also have a saving component. So when they finish, they get a lump sum of money that can help them. And so many of them from the first cohort are now at university, or they're in their own jobs, and they've been taken on by the companies that they were doing work experience in. It is absolutely fabulous. But then we have young people also who may not have had the 5 CXCs. They went to school and maybe joke it out a little bit. Or it was hard. It was hard for them. And so we developed a program for those who never finished school, never got the subjects. But guess what? We still believe that there is a lot they can do in this world. And we still believe in them. And so we put a program together for them called CARE, where we take them and we say, look, you're going to do some plumbing, or you're going to do the electrician program or the construction program. And guess what? While you're studying, we're going to pay you every week. Which government you know do anything like that? That is your Jamaica Labour Party. And you have your member of parliament here. And he, through his summer program, employed 10,000 young people between 17 and 29 each year and paid them to do really meaningful work. This is a government that cares for young people, without doubt. And if we think about housing, and there's so much I could talk about, but I'm not going to talk about everything because Uncle Desmond is going to tell me that I'm talking too long. But NHT, did you know, and this is where you're going to have to go and be the messengers to the world, Did you know that 10% of all NHT houses is reserved for young people below 35? Did you know that? Now you need to go and tell everybody that. If you're under 35, you get preferential access to NHT scheme houses. That is, again, because we care about young people. And we've done so much around so many different areas that I believe that, as you have all said, you have all laid out the claim for the next government. You have said that the Jamaica Labour Party must be in government for the next term. You have said it, not me. You all said it tonight. But I ask you, why will we all of us, why all of us going to vote JLP? It's important. We are the party that says we're going to do something and we actually do it. The others aren't like us. They're not like us. We say something and we do it. You can trust the Jamaica Labour Party. When we say we're going to do something, we do it. We're not just talk at all. We said we were going to lower unemployment, and guess what? We did. We said we were going to rebuild our crumbling health sector, and we did. We said we would provide more scholarships for our students, and guess what? We did. We said we would lower crime, and them said we can't do it, but we did. We said we were going to help our young people to get their future, get to their future by making it easier for them to go to university or to go to Hart. And guess what? We did it. We said we wouldn't tax Jamaicans to death. And guess what? We did it. We did it. Every single thing we said we were going to do, we did it. The only party you can trust, the only party you can trust to do what they say they're going to do is the Jamaica Labour Party, without any doubt. And one thing that's also important, and it's important to me to say tonight as I end, we're a God-filled party. We're a God-led party. You heard the music tonight. You heard it. It was not any kind of, as my grandmother would say, bugoyaga music. It was wholesome music. We understand that this party has been brought here because of God. And we know it's God that's going to take us forward working for the people. And that's why we're not afraid, even as young people, to talk about God. This is the God-led party of our country. We are without doubt active and strong. No other party has been active like this party throughout Jamaica's history. And I want you to look it up. Every single time Jamaica was in trouble, it was rescued by the Jamaica Labour Party. And that is a fact. That is a fact. No one can deny that. The facts are straight. So I say to you, young Labourites, walk with as much swagger as you can, because you are in the party that has done great things for Jamaica. There is nothing for you to hide from. You walk tall in this country because you are a part of Jamaica's future, and you know that you have chosen the party, the only party that can take Jamaica to prosperity. Young people of Jamaica, young people of West Kingston, lead the way to the future. All I ask you is, who you voting for? Who you voting for? Who you voting for? Shower Labourites.
Something good gonna happen in this year, and I am grateful that I made it here. Yesterday's gone and a new day has appeared, and I am grateful that I made it here. Blessings gonna find me here. Oh yeah.
You've heard it from your Minister of Education. The programs are there if you're interested. Go on their website apply, reach out, speak to somebody who've been on the program, ask about it, and then you can get it. All right, so our next presenter is no stranger to West Kingston. A political titan with unmatched resilience in politics. His visionary record and victorious wins supersedes his name. A member of our constituency, somebody who grew up here. On his campaign, them call him Man of the Soil. None other than people, me I go want to stand to no feet. Because when me I talk about my member of parliament, or when me I introduce my member of parliament, me can't sit down. Because the power and vigor where him have, and the energy when him bring in a parliament with the way him dress, and the way him talk, and the way him defend the Jamaica Labour Party, you can't sit down. So give me a round of applause and we welcome our member of parliament, our steward of political representation, the Honorable Desmond, Man of the Soil, Mackenzie.
Boss for every boss, done for every done, ever militant, so it and humble like column, tell them no confusion. Boss for every boss, done for every done, make them know see I want, so it and.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say to you all, as your member of parliament, I am proud of you. You make me feel good. Colleague, Minister Dana Morris Dixon, Minister of Education and Minister with responsibility for youth. Give her a big round of applause, please. To our visiting friends from Young Jamaica and G2K, young people from West Kingston, Tivoli, Denham Town, Fletcherstown, Midtown, Anna Town, all over, young people from West Kingston. And those who are not so young, who has come to lend support to this forum. And I want to say a special good evening to those who are watching online. And a special good evening to the listeners on Nationwide Radio. As your member of parliament, it is my responsibility not just to seek your votes when election time comes. If I can't present to the country arguments that are real about my representation and about the goodness of the party that you support, then we'll be fooling you. I can't speak about what I have done. You are the ones that must say what your member of parliament have been doing. And I listen to you tonight, and my mind go back to when I was a boy. And the same forum that has been presented to you tonight was the same forum that the man whose name stands high above my head. We're in the Edward Seaga Auditorium here at the Tivoli Gardens High School,
an institution that he built. And the opportunities that he provided for me and others, Babsy Grange, Daphne Urge, the Vincent Douglas, the Dennis Brown, those opportunities have made me and many others into outstanding Jamaicans. This constituency was not built easy. The struggles that we experience in growing up, the lack of opportunities, the level of victimization that the people of West Kingston experience over the years. And if I start to talk about it, it's going to take me 1 year to tell you how we suffered in West Kingston. The opportunities that were taken away from us. We have gotten over those hurdles. We in West Kingston are proud to be called supporters and members of this great institution known as the Jamaica Labour Party. We have seen the opportunities. And I want to tell you, no other party, no other government have done for the people of West Kingston like what a Jamaica Labour Party government has done. And it is unfair to say that, you know why? We vote for government to serve the people. And ask me why I say that. One of the things that Edward Seaga did, what Mr. Seaga did for West Kingston, Mr. Seaga recognized that education and training is important. And in West Kingston, he created training facilities. So when you go up to Little King Street in Denham Town, there was a training facility. You go down to Salt Lane, there was a training facility. You go across into Anna Town, there was a training facility. Across the community center was the largest training facility in the corporate area. Hotel training, sales and cashiering, you name it, it was there. Janet Grant Woodham, who became the principal of Tivoli, she started as the principal over at the community center. But when I talk about victimization, in the 1972 elections, when the results came, and they recognized that the PNP was going to win the 72 election, John Maxwell, who ran against Mr. Seaga in 72, who lost to Mr. Seaga, at the PNP headquarters, in the victory celebration, grabbed the microphone and said, Tivoli Gardens, here we come. And as cock put on, you know what, the next morning, they invaded Tivoli Gardens. And one of the first things that they did, they removed all the training facilities out of the community center. They shut down all of them and carried them go to Rockfort and lock them up in a storeroom. Deprive the people of West Kingston the opportunity for training. This government is not built on victimization. This is a caring government led by Dr. the Honorable Andrew Holness. And we in West Kingston want to encourage the entire Jamaica. Look at us. And that is why one of the songs that we used to sing in West Kingston, it is a hard road to travel and a mighty long way to go. Because we knew in those days what it was to live in West Kingston and to say that we are GLP supporters. And the Most Honorable Edward Seaga never allowed that to make him vindictive. We embrace the PNP. And everything that we do in this constituency, we share it. When people come to me as the Member of Parliament to ask for assistance, I don't ask where you live. I don't ask your color. Your needs is what is important. And this is something that this government continues to practice right across Jamaica. And tonight, my heart is filled because when I listen to the young people from West Kingston speaking about the success of the government and what the government has done and continue to do to build the lives of young people in the field of education, I am proud. And that is why I will continue to vote for the Jamaica Labour Party. And that is why we are encouraging Jamaicans, especially young people, because this is the party of the young people. I can name institutions in this country that was created by the Most Honorable Edward Philip George Seaga for the benefit of young people in Jamaica. The Student Loan Bureau, our trust, one of the biggest training institutions that was ever established in Jamaica. The Edna Manley College, Cultural College, was built by Edward Philip George Seaga because he exposed the talent of Jamaicans, especially the talent that he found here in West Kingston. And so tonight, I am following in the footsteps of some great leaders. Sir Alexander Bustamante, Hugh Lawson Shearer, Edward Philip George Seaga, Bruce Golding. We have the honor and distinction that no other constituency in Jamaica have. And it is unique. Every time the Jamaica Labour Party forms government, our Member of Parliament always sits in the cabinet of Jamaica. And not many constituencies can boast about it. So West Kingston has produced national heroes, prime ministers, mayors, or mayor. As a matter of fact, we have produced 2 mayors. Sir Alexander Bustamante in 1947 was the first mayor of Kingston. And I became mayor in 2003 and became the first Jamaica Labour Party mayor to win the KCAC back to back. That is the strength of West Kingston as a political organization. And because we are committed to the Jamaica Labour Party, I want to reaffirm tonight our commitment to Dr. Andrew Holness, leader of this great Jamaica Labour Party, to say to him that West Kingston, the young people of West Kingston, is going to ensure that we fully load the third term under his leadership to continue as Prime Minister. Since 1962, we are the only constituency in Jamaica since 1962 that has remained loyal. We lost West Kingston in 1959. And from that, we have not looked back. And I can tell you tonight, whenever I leave the political arena here in West Kingston, I have no doubt in my mind that the future for West Kingston is bright. Some of you is sitting in this room. And so it was that Edward Seaga laid the foundation for us. I am continuing to build on that rock. We're going to expand our reach so that we build a fence, build that bridge to take Bruce Golding's legacy, Edward Seaga's legacy, Sir Alexander Bustamante's legacy, Hugh Shearer's legacy, to build that bridge so that Dr. Andrew Michael Holness can walk on to keep Jamaica safe and strong. So West Kingston is active and strong. We will never. And in closing, I want to say to the PNP, this mischief that you're making over Portmore, you're disrupting the activities of the municipality in St. Catherine to come to talk about you want referendum. PNP can't open them out and talk about referendum. Because the last time they called for a referendum, they know what the results were. But what I'm saying is that the government is not going to be distracted. We are not going to allow them to use any loose argument to create any mischief. What they need to tell the country: stop talking about referendum. Stop talking about consultations. Because we did all of those consultations. What I want them to tell the country, why is it that they're opposed to Portmore becoming the 15th parish? That is all I'm asking them. And if they can tell me something that can justify the stance that they are taking. And the only argument that they can give is because they say that them Portmore belongs to them. But yet they have not done nothing for Portmore. So we now have come forward and we are releasing the chains of bondage that they have the people in a Portmore under for how much years. We're lifting the chains. We're giving the people of Portmore the respect that is due to them. They can't talk about development. They don't build nothing. Everything that is positive in this country that the Jamaica Labour Party put forward as a government, the PNP try to block it. Everything that is positive, there are turn back set of people. And if they love Jamaica as they claim they do, they would allow the people of Portmore to become the 15th parish. The die has been cast. When it goes to the Senate, we will put the necessary things in place to make Portmore the 15th parish of Jamaica. West Kingston, I thank you. Jamaicans all over, I thank you. This is a vision. This is why young people and others, this is why we will vote JLP in the next election.
The Member of Parliament for West Kingston, Desmond McKenzie, the host of this youth forum here at Tivoli Gardens High School, saying to his audience, from his perspective, why it's so important for young people, Cliff, to stay with the Labour Party. He says the third term is loading and it's important that they give Andrew Holness that third term.
And clearly they are trying to maintain their share of the youth vote.
Right.
That vote has gone to Labour in the last couple of elections. Will that be maintained later this year? I don't know. Yes? But this is part of an effort to maintain that share of the youth vote in the country.
Absolutely. Both ministers indicating that it's critical and it's important.
That's where we're going to leave it for this evening. Thanks to our broadcast engineer and location, Jermaine Compass. Technical operator in studio, Andrew Glenn Anderson. Our business development executive, Audrey Williams. Our videographer on location, Jamal Tucker. Our producer, Dana Davey. And of course, our news and production team led by Cara Powell. I'm Cliff Hughes.
And I'm Ricardo Brooks.
Reminding you, take care of your loved one and look out for your neighbor. Good night.
Good night.
KFC pop, pop.